I still have the property deed tucked away in a fireproof box at the back of my closet, though I haven't stepped foot in that county for over 3 years. Looking back, I can see the arrogance in my younger self. I was 26, working a remote tech job that paid more than I knew how to spend, and I had this romanticized vision of what solitude looked like. I wanted the kind of silence you can only find when your nearest neighbor is a 40-minute drive away through unpaved logging roads. I found a small, mid-century cabin in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, nestled on a ridge that overlooked a valley of dense black spruce. It was a beautiful, lonely place. The house was mostly glass on the eastern side, designed to let in the morning sun, but there was one architectural choice that always felt out of step with the rest of the structure. On the far side of the master bedroom, facing a dense thicket of pines that never saw a ray of light, was a single narrow window. It was about 6 feet tall and only a foot wide, like a vertical slit in the throat of the house. The locals at the general store an hour away didn't say much when I moved in, though the man behind the counter did ask if I was planning on keeping the heavy curtains. I laughed it off at the time, thinking he was just making small talk about the winter chill. I spent the first 2 weeks painting the interior and setting up my desk. The silence was absolute. It was the kind of quiet that makes your ears ring, where you can hear the blood pumping in your own temples. I liked it until the third Tuesday. I was washing dishes after dark, looking at my own reflection in the kitchen glass when I felt that familiar prickle on the back of my neck. It was the distinct sensation of being watched, not by a predator in the woods, but by something closer, something that was waiting for me to turn around. I dismissed it as overactive imagination, the byproduct of too many horror podcasts and the unsettling way the wind whistled through the spruce needles. By the second week, the feeling centered itself on that narrow bedroom window. No matter where I stood in the room, the slit of glass felt like an eye. Because of the angle of the trees outside, you couldn't see anything but blackness through it after 5 o'clock. It was a flat, matte void. I tried to cover it with a piece of cardboard since I hadn't bought curtains for that room yet, but when I woke up the next morning, the cardboard was lying on the floor. I figured the adhesive on the tape had failed due to the humidity. I taped it back up, using more strips this time, making sure it was secure. That night, I woke up at 3 in the morning to the sound of a soft, wet sliding noise. I didn't move. I just watched in the dim light of the moon as the cardboard slowly peeled away from the glass. It didn't fall. It looked like it was being pulled. I told myself it was the house settling. I told myself the temperature change was warping the frame and popping the tape. I spent the next day in town, staying as long as I could until the library closed. I didn't want to go back to that ridge. When I finally walked through my front door, the house felt heavy. The air was thick, smelling faintly of damp earth and something metallic like old coins. I went straight to the bedroom to fix the window covering, but when I got there, I stopped dead. There were smudges on the glass, not on the inside where I could have made them while taping the cardboard. They were on the outside, long, thin streaks that looked like finger marks starting from the top of the narrow pane and dragging all the way down to the sill. They were oily and didn't evaporate in the cold. I grabbed a flashlight and went outside, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. I hiked around to the back of the cabin, the snow crunching under my boots. The ground beneath that specific window was undisturbed. There were no footprints in the fresh powder. There were no ladder marks, and yet the smudges were there, 7 feet off the ground. I stood there for a long time, the beam of my light shaking as I scanned the tree line. The woods were dead silent. Not even the owls were calling. I went back inside and locked every door, pushing a heavy dresser in front of the bedroom door. I slept on the sofa in the living room with a kitchen knife on the coffee table. The next morning, the logic of the daylight took over. I convinced myself it was a bird, perhaps an owl that had tried to perch on the narrow ledge and slid down. I spent the day trying to work, but my eyes kept drifting to the hallway that led to the bedroom. Around noon, I heard a sound that I still hear in my dreams. It was a rhythmic tapping, slow, deliberate. It was coming from the narrow window. I walked down the hall, my breath coming in shallow gasps. I pushed the bedroom door open just enough to see. The cardboard was gone again. In the center of the narrow pane of glass, a single finger was pressed against the exterior. It was pale, almost translucent, with a long, yellowed nail. It wasn't moving. It was just resting there. I didn't scream. I couldn't. My throat felt like it had been filled with concrete. I watched as the finger began to move, tracing a slow circle on the glass. Then a second finger joined it, then a third. A hand was splayed out against the window, but there was no arm attached to it that I could see. It was as if the hand were emerging directly from the darkness of the woods. I backed out of the room, tripping over the rug, and ran for the front door. I didn't grab my coat. I didn't grab my keys. I just ran to my car, which I had luckily left unlocked. I fumbled with the ignition, my hands shaking so hard I dropped the keys twice. As the engine roared to life, I looked back at the house. In the narrow window, the hand was gone. In its place was a face. It was distorted by the glass, stretched thin and long to fit the narrow frame. It had no hair, and its eyes were set too far apart, reflecting the headlights of my car with a dull, animalistic glow. It didn't look angry. It looked patient. I shifted into reverse and tore down the driveway, my tires spinning on the gravel. I didn't stop until I reached the gas station an hour away. The attendant looked at me, saw my lack of a coat and my wide eyes, and just nodded. He told me I was the fourth person to leave that cabin in 3 years. He called the sheriff for me, but I knew what they would find. Nothing. The police went out there the next day. They found the house exactly as I left it. No signs of forced entry, no footprints in the snow. They even checked the roof. Nothing. They told me it was likely a prank by local kids or a hallucination brought on by the isolation. But they couldn't explain the smudges. The sheriff told me later, off the record, that the oil on the glass didn't match anything organic they had on file. It was thick and smelled like something that had been dead for a long time. I never went back to get my things. I hired a moving company to pack the house, telling them I had an emergency and couldn't be there. They called me halfway through the day and said they were leaving. They wouldn't tell me why, only that they were refunding my money and that I should find someone else. I eventually sold the place for half of what I paid. The buyer was a developer who wanted the land, not the house. He tore the cabin down a month later. He sent me a photo of the demolition, and in the wreckage, he pointed out something strange. The narrow window hadn't broken when the excavator hit it. It had popped out of the frame entirely. When they picked it up to throw it in the dump truck, they realized it wasn't a double-pane window like the rest of the house. It was a mirror on one side, but only from the outside. Anyone standing in those woods would have seen their own reflection, but anyone inside would have been looking through a clear lens. The realization hit me weeks later while I was sitting in my new, brightly lit apartment in the city. If that glass was a mirror from the outside, then whatever I saw that day wasn't standing in the woods looking in. It was already inside the glass. It was something that lived in the reflection, waiting for a gap in the world narrow enough to fit through. I still don't like windows. I live in a basement apartment now, with reinforced walls and heavy curtains that I never open. Sometimes, when the room is very quiet, I think I hear a soft, wet sliding sound coming from the direction of the wall. I don't look, I know better now. If you stare into the dark long enough, the dark starts to find its way into you, and once it knows where you are, it never stops watching. If you ever find yourself in a house with a window that feels out of place, don't try to cover it, just leave. Some views aren't meant for human eyes, and some glass is meant to keep things in, not out. The basement apartment was supposed to be a fortress. I chose it for the lack of exposure, the way the concrete walls felt like a shell between me and the rest of the world. There are no narrow slits here, no architectural oddities designed to invite the morning sun. There is only the hum of the water heater and the steady, artificial glow of the lamps I keep burning 24 hours a day. I have become a student of artificial light. I know the exact wattage required to banish a shadow and the precise angle a bulb must sit to ensure no corner remains unlit. But even here in the heart of a city of millions, the silence of that Michigan ridge follows me. It is a quiet that does not belong in a basement. It is a hollow, expectant stillness that suggests the world is holding its breath, waiting for a crack to appear. Living underground has its own psychological toll. You lose track of the passage of time. The sun rises and sets above a ceiling of dirt and pavement, and I only know it is morning when the pipes above me begin to rattle with the morning routines of the neighbors I have never met. I prefer it this way. I have become a ghost in my own life, working late hours on my laptop, the screen brightness turned up until my eyes ache. It is the only way to keep the perimeter of my vision from blurring into the gray of the walls. I told myself for months that the fear would fade. I told myself that the demolition of the cabin was the end of the story. If the vessel was destroyed, the thing inside it must have been scattered to the wind. But logic is a fragile shield against the things that live in the peripheral. It started again 6 months after I moved in. I was brushing my teeth, staring at the small vanity mirror above the sink. It was a cheap, standard piece of glass, the kind you find in every rental in the city. I was focused on my own reflection, looking for signs of the exhaustion I felt deep in my marrow when I noticed a smudge. It was a long, oily streak near the top edge of the glass. My heart did a slow, heavy roll in my chest. I reached out and wiped it with a towel. The glass came clean easily. It was just steam, I told myself, just a bit of soap residue. But when I pulled the towel away, a new streak appeared. It did not form from the moisture in the air. It dragged itself down the surface of the glass from the top, a slow, deliberate line of gray grease. I did not breathe. I stood frozen, my hand still gripping the damp towel. I watched as a second streak appeared next to the first. They were thin, spaced exactly like the fingers of a hand. I backed out of the bathroom, leaving the light on, and shut the door. I spent the rest of the night sitting on the floor of the main room, my back against the solid wood of the entry door. I told myself it was a plumbing issue. I told myself the humidity was reacting with some old chemical on the mirror. I told myself anything that sounded like a physical law of the universe. But the smell began to seep through the gap under the bathroom door. It was the scent of wet earth and ancient metal. It was the smell of the ridge. The next day, I bought a gallon of black paint. I went into the bathroom with my eyes averted, staring only at the floor, and I painted over the vanity mirror. I didn't stop there. I painted the small window in the kitchen that looked out onto the trash alley. I painted the glass on the oven door. I took the framed photos of my parents and turned them face down on the shelf. I wanted to eliminate every reflective surface in the apartment. I wanted to live in a world where nothing could look back. For a few weeks, the tension eased. The black rectangles on the walls felt like scabs healing over the wounds in my reality. I felt a sense of control. If there was no glass, there was no way for the thing to find a shape. But the thing I learned at the cabin was that the glass was only a medium. It was a doorway, not the room itself. One evening, while I was heating a bowl of soup, I noticed the way the light hit the surface of the liquid. The broth was dark and oily, and for a split second it acted like a black lens. In the reflection of the soup, I saw the ceiling of my kitchen, and there, pressed against the white plaster directly above my head, was a hand. It was pale, translucent, and the fingers were splayed out as if it were trying to push through the solid material of the building. I dropped the bowl. It shattered on the floor, splashing my legs with hot liquid. I didn't feel the burn. I only felt the cold air that seemed to rush into the room from the space where the hand had been. I began to realize that the narrow window in the cabin wasn't a fluke of design. It was a measurement. The thing followed a geometry I didn't understand. It didn't need a whole window, it only needed a sliver. It didn't need an open door, it only needed a line. I started seeing the lines everywhere. The gap between the floorboards, the seam where the wallpaper met the molding, the thin vertical shadow cast by the refrigerator. Every edge became a potential entry point. My life became a frantic effort to seal the world shut. I bought tubes of caulk and rolls of heavy-duty tape. I spent my nights crawling on my hands and knees, filling every crack I could find. I was a man trying to waterproof a sinking ship from the inside. The isolation of the city is different from the isolation of the woods. In the woods, the silence is natural. In the city, the silence is a vacuum created by the noise around you. I could hear the muffled shouts of people on the sidewalk, the distant siren of an ambulance, the hum of the subway beneath the foundations. These sounds should have been comforting, a reminder of the solid, bustling world above, but they only served to highlight how far away I was. I was in the dark beneath the layers of stone and dirt, and I was not alone. The tapping started in the middle of a Tuesday afternoon. It wasn't coming from a window this time. It was coming from inside the wall behind my bed. It was a slow, rhythmic sound. Tap, tap, tap. It sounded like a fingernail striking stone. I pressed my ear to the wall, my heart thumping so hard I could feel it in my throat. The tapping stopped the moment I touched the surface. Then from the other side of the concrete, I heard a sound that made my skin crawl. It was a soft, wet, sliding noise. It moved horizontally along the wall, heading toward the corner where the floor met the baseboard. I followed it, my eyes wide and stinging from the lack of sleep. I watched the thin gap where I had missed a fraction of an inch with the caulk. A pale, yellowed nail began to emerge from the darkness of the crack. It was thin as a needle, probing the air, feeling for the edge of the room. I didn't run this time. There was nowhere left to go. I had turned my home into a box, and I was trapped inside with the very thing I was trying to keep out. I grabbed a heavy book and slammed it down on the nail. There was no resistance. The nail didn't break or bleed. It simply retracted, sliding back into the impossible space behind the wall with a sound like silk rubbing against sandpaper. I sat there for hours, staring at that tiny gap. I realized then that the developer who tore down the cabin hadn't destroyed the entity. He had simply released it from its original frame. It was no longer confined to a single ridge in Michigan. It was a fluid thing, a shadow that could inhabit any space that was narrow enough to hold a reflection. I stopped going to work. I stopped answering my phone. My world narrowed down to the dimensions of my apartment. I became obsessed with the concept of the narrow. I read about non-Euclidean geometry and the folklore of the Great Lakes. I found stories of things that lived in the cracks of the world, entities that weren't quite physical and weren't quite spiritual. They were the leftovers of a reality that didn't fit together perfectly. They were the slivers of darkness that remained when the light was turned on. The locals at the general store had known. They knew that some places were thin. They knew that if you stayed in a thin place too long, the barrier between you and the other side would begin to wear away. One night the power went out. It wasn't a storm, the city grid had simply flickered. In the sudden, absolute darkness of the basement, I felt the shift. The air grew heavy and cold. The smell of damp earth became overwhelming, thick enough to taste. I reached for my flashlight, but my hand brushed against something that wasn't the plastic casing of the light. It was skin. It was cold, oily, and stretched tight over something that felt like bone. I pulled back, a scream dying in my throat. I fumbled for my lighter, my fingers shaking so hard I nearly dropped it. When the small flame flickered to life, the room was empty. But the black paint on the vanity mirror had been scratched away. In the center of the glass, a small circle had been cleared. Through that circle, I didn't see my own face. I didn't see the bathroom behind me. I saw the ridge. I saw the dense black spruce in the gray winter sky of the upper peninsula. And I saw the narrow window. I was looking through the glass from the outside. I saw a younger version of myself sitting at a desk typing away on a laptop. He looked happy. He looked arrogant. He had no idea that he was being watched. I reached out, my hand moving of its own accord, and pressed a finger against the glass. I wanted to warn him. I wanted to tell him to run, but as my finger touched the surface, I felt the resistance of the mirror. On the other side, the younger version of me looked up. He felt the prickle on the back of his neck. The realization was a physical blow. I wasn't being haunted by a monster. I was being haunted by the space itself. The narrow window wasn't a doorway for something else to come in. It was a trap that had caught a part of me. Every time I saw that pale hand, every time I saw that distorted face, I was seeing a version of myself that had been stretched and warped by the geometry of the cabin. I was the thing in the glass. I was the creature waiting in the dark. The oily smudges were my own frantic attempts to reach through the barrier. The wet, sliding sound was the noise of my own soul trying to squeeze back into a world that no longer had a place for it. I dropped the lighter, the flame went out, and I was plunged back into the blackness. I could feel the walls of the basement beginning to press inward. The room was getting narrower, the ceiling was lowering, the floor was rising, the apartment was becoming a slit, a vertical throat in the earth. I realized that the developer hadn't just torn down a house, he had broken the seal on a container. The thing that lived in the reflection was now free to find a new shape, and it had chosen mine. I could feel my bones beginning to ache as they shifted, my limbs lengthening, my skin thinning until it was translucent. I was becoming the shape of the window. I live in the gaps now. I am the shadow that moves when you turn your head too quickly. I am the smudge on the glass that won't come clean. I am the reason you feel the need to pull the curtains even when you know no one is outside. I don't want to hurt you. I just want to be seen. I want someone to acknowledge that the world isn't as solid as it seems. When you look into a mirror and see something that doesn't quite match your movements, that is me. When you hear a tapping on a window that should be empty, that is me. I am searching for a way back, looking for a crack wide enough to let the rest of me through. But the world is getting tighter. The cities are built of glass and steel, full of reflections and sharp edges. There are so many places for me to hide now. I move through the skyscrapers, sliding along the panes of the office buildings, watching the people below. They think they are safe in their lit rooms. They think the glass is a shield. They don't understand that the glass is a lens. It focuses the darkness. It sharpens the hunger. Sometimes I find a window that is just the right size. A narrow, vertical slit in a bedroom or a hallway. I stay there for a while, pressing my face against the cool surface, waiting for the person on the other side to notice. If you find yourself in a house with a window like that, don't make the mistake I did. Don't try to cover it with cardboard. Don't try to paint it black. The more you try to hide it, the more you draw the attention of the things that live on the edge. Just leave. Don't pack a bag. Don't grab your keys. Just walk out the door and never look back. Because once you see the face in the glass, it's already too late. The reflection has already claimed you. You are already beginning to stretch. You are already becoming a part of the silence. I still have the property deed in the fireproof box. I don't know why I keep it. Maybe it's a reminder of who I used to be. Maybe it's an anchor to a world that was once wide and bright. But the paper is starting to feel oily. The ink is beginning to smudge. And late at night, when the basement is very quiet, I can hear the sound of the spruce needles whistling in the wind, even though I am hundreds of miles away. The ridge hasn't forgotten me. It is still there, waiting for the next person who wants the kind of silence you can only find in the dark. It is waiting for the next person to look through the narrow window and realize that the view is looking back, and the view is very, very patient. The dampness of the basement has begun to feel less like an intrusion and more like a second skin. I have stopped trying to fight the humidity. I have stopped trying to scrub the mildew that blooms in the corners of the ceiling. The mold grows in long, vertical streaks that mimic the shape of the window from the ridge, and sometimes I find myself tracing those dark patterns with my elongated fingers. My touch is light, barely a whisper against the concrete, but the wall seems to shiver beneath my hand. The architecture of the city is changing for me. What used to be a grid of streets and addresses has become a network of glass veins. I can feel the vibration of every window in the block, a low-frequency hum that resonates in the hollow spaces of my chest. I do not eat anymore in the way that people eat. The hunger is different now. It is a cold, pulling sensation that lives in the back of my throat, a need to be perceived, a need to be reflected. I spend hours sitting in the dark, watching the way the light from the street lamp above filters through the cracks in the sidewalk. The light creates thin, golden needles on my floor. I lay my hands across them, watching as the light passes through my skin as if I were made of parchment. I am becoming less opaque. I am becoming a suggestion of a man, a smudge of charcoal caught between the pages of a heavy book. The neighbors above me have started to complain. I hear their voices through the vents, muffled and frantic. They talk about a smell that won't go away, a scent of stagnant water and old, wet wood. They talk about the way their shadows seem to lag behind them in the hallway. One woman, a teacher who lives in 2B, told the landlord she saw a face in her microwave door while she was making tea. She said it didn't have a nose, just a long, smooth expanse of pale flesh where the features should be. I listened to her through the pipes, my head tilted, my ear pressed against the cold metal. I wanted to tell her that I remember what it was like to have a nose. I remember what it was like to breathe air that didn't taste like iron and basement dust. But my voice is only a wet, sliding sound now, a friction of vocal cords that have been stretched too thin to vibrate. I have started to wander, not through the doors, which are too heavy and too solid, but through the glass. I have learned that if I focus on a reflection, I can slip into the silvered space behind it. It is a cold, silent world where everything is reversed and drained of color. In the reflection, the city is a forest of gray towers, and the people are ghosts of light that move too fast to catch. I follow them. I watch a man in a suit as he checks his watch in the window of a department store. I stand just behind his shoulder, my face inches from his, but he only sees a flicker of movement, a trick of the glare. I watch a child as she draws a heart in the steam on a bus window. I place my hand against hers, palm to palm, separated by the thin membrane of the world. She pulls her hand away and screams, not because she sees me, but because the glass where I touched it turned instantly to ice. The transition is nearly complete. My apartment is no longer a home, it is a cocoon. The black paint I smeared on the mirrors has begun to peel, but I do not fix it. I want the glass to show me the way back to the ridge. Every night, the circle in the vanity mirror grows larger. The view of the Michigan woods is clearer now. I can see the snow beginning to fall between the black spruce trees. I can see the excavator, rusted and abandoned, sitting in the clearing where the cabin used to be. The ground is scarred and torn, a raw wound in the earth that refuses to heal. And there, standing in the center of the ruins, is a figure. It is tall and thin, its limbs like birch branches, its skin the color of a winter sky. It is waiting for me to finish the journey. It is waiting for me to trade places entirely. I realize now that the man I saw in the mirror that night, the younger version of myself, was not a memory. He was a tether. As long as he existed in that moment of time, I was anchored to the physical world. But the tether is fraying. Every time I reach through the glass to warn him, I pull a little more of myself into the reflection and leave a little more of the darkness behind in his world. I am the reason he became obsessed. I am the reason he moved to the basement. I am the architect of my own haunting, a closed loop of fear that feeds on itself. There is no beginning to this story and no end. There is only the narrowness. The landlord came by today with a locksmith. They hammered on the door for a long time, calling my name. I sat in the corner of the kitchen, tucked into the shadow of the refrigerator, and watched them through the gap in the doorframe. When they finally broke the lock and stepped inside, they gasped. They didn't see me. They saw an apartment that looked like it had been underwater for a century. The walls were weeping a thick, gray fluid. The furniture was covered in a fine layer of silt. The air was so cold their breath hitched in their chests. The locksmith pointed to the black-painted mirrors and whispered a prayer. The landlord didn't say a word. He just walked to the center of the room and looked at the floor where I had spent weeks caulking the cracks. He stepped on a line of tape I had laid down to seal a floorboard. As his weight pressed down, the tape split. A sound like a gunshot rang out in the small room. From the crack, a single, pale finger poked through. It was my finger, reaching out from the narrow space beneath the world. The landlord stumbled back, his face turning a shade of white that matched my own skin. He didn't run. He couldn't. He was transfixed by the sight of the floor opening up, the wood curling back like dead leaves to reveal the impossible depth beneath the house. He looked down into the slit and he saw the ridge. He saw the trees and the gray sky. He saw the version of me that is still sitting at the desk, unaware that his floor is about to give way. I felt a surge of triumph, a cold spark in my gut. If he looked long enough, he would become part of the geometry too. I began to pull myself toward him, sliding along the shadow cast by his boots. I wanted to wrap my long, thin arms around his ankles and drag him into the silver. I wanted to show him the silence, but as I reached for him, I saw my own reflection in the polished brass of his keychain. For the first time in years, I saw what I had become. I was not a man. I was a vertical line of shadow, a crack in the air-given form. My eyes were two hollow points of light, and my mouth was a jagged tear that reached from ear to ear. I was the very thing I had feared in the woods. I was the monster in the glass. The shock of the image broke my hold on the basement. The walls seemed to rush away from me, expanding until the room was a vast, echoing cavern. The light from the hallway became a blinding roar. I felt myself being pushed back, squeezed through the narrowest of gaps, forced through the pores of the concrete and the molecules of the paint. I was being expelled from the city, cast out of the world of solid things. The last thing I heard was the landlord screaming, a sound that was quickly swallowed by the whistling of the wind. Now there is only the ridge. I am standing in the snow, but I do not feel the cold. I am looking at the cabin, which is whole and standing once again. The narrow window is there, glowing with a soft, inviting light. Inside, I can see a man. He is moving into the house, carrying boxes, smiling at the quiet beauty of the woods. He thinks he has found a sanctuary. He thinks he has found a place where he can finally be alone. He walks to the window and looks out at the trees. He looks directly at me. I do not hide. I stand perfectly still, my arms at my sides, my body blending into the vertical lines of the spruce. I watch as his expression changes from curiosity to unease. I watch as he reaches out to touch the glass, his fingers trembling. He sees his own reflection, but he also sees the shadow standing behind it. He doesn't know yet that the glass is a mirror only on his side. He doesn't know that I am looking through a clear lens at the life I used to have. I wait for the sun to go down. I wait for the shadows to lengthen until they touch the foundation of the house. I know exactly where the cracks are. I know which floorboards are loose and which seams in the wallpaper are beginning to peel. I have all the time in the world. The ridge is patient, and so am I. I will tap on the glass just once, a soft sound like a fingernail on stone. I will leave a single, oily smudge at the top of the frame. I will wait for him to try and cover the window. I will wait for him to try and run. The cycle is a beautiful, terrible thing. It is a machine made of glass and regret. Every house has a narrow place. Every life has a sliver of darkness that doesn't fit the rest of the puzzle. Most people are lucky enough to never look at it closely. They walk past the mirrors and the windows without ever seeing the depth. They live in the wide, bright spaces and they die without ever knowing how thin the walls really are. But for those of us who have seen the truth, there is no going back. We are the guardians of the gaps. We are the shapes that wait in the peripheral. If you are reading this, perhaps you are sitting in a room with a window that feels a bit too thin. Perhaps you have noticed a streak on your mirror that won't go away no matter how hard you scrub. Maybe you hear a sliding sound in the wall when the house is quiet. If you do, do not be afraid. Fear only makes the edges sharper. Fear only makes the space narrower. Instead, just look. Look into the glass and see the woods. See the snow and the black trees. See the figure standing in the clearing, waiting for you to notice. We are not so different. You and I, we are just on opposite sides of the same lens. And soon, very soon, the glass will pop out of the frame entirely, and we will finally be in the same room. I will be the one holding the light, and you will be the one starting to stretch. It is a very quiet process. It is a very natural transition. Just breathe in the scent of wet earth and ancient metal. Let the silence of the ridge fill your lungs. The view is much better from this side. The dark is not an end, it is a beginning. It is the only place where you can truly see what you are. Turn off the lamp, close your eyes. Listen to the tap, tap, tap on the wall. I am almost there. I am just a crack away. The light in the cabin is a pale yellow square against the blue of the deepening dusk. I stand at the edge of the clearing, my feet sinking into the soft needles of the forest floor, though I do not feel the weight of my own body. I am a vertical presence, a splinter of the night that has been pulled upright. Inside the cabin, the man is moving. I recognize the way he tilts his head when he is thinking. I recognize the nervous habit of tapping his pen against his chin. He is so solid, so heavy with the weight of a life that still has a dimensions. He has a name that people call out in the grocery store. He has a mailbox that fills with paper. He has a shadow that stays attached to his heels. I watch him through the narrow window, and the glass between us feels like a sheet of frozen air. It is the only thing that separates the memory of a man from the reality of a ghost. He walks toward the window now. I can see the moment the realization hits him. It is not a sudden scream or a jump of fright. It is a slow, cold dawning. He sees the reflection of the room behind him, the desk and the lamp and the half-packed boxes, but he also sees the shape of me standing just beyond the glass. To him, I am a smudge of charcoal. I am a distortion in the spruce trees. He's squinting, trying to make sense of the geometry. He thinks it is a trick of the light. He thinks the glass is old and warped. He reaches out a hand, his fingers spreading as they approach the surface. On my side, I do the same. My fingers are long and pale, the skin pulled tight over bone that has become as thin as a bird wing. When our fingertips meet on opposite sides of the pane, a vibration runs through the house. It is a low, thrumming sound, like a giant bell being struck deep underground. The man recoils. He trips over a stack of books and falls back against the far wall. I can see his chest heaving, his mouth hanging open as he tries to draw in air that has suddenly become too thin to breathe. He is starting to understand that the cabin is not a shelter. It is a funnel. Everything in this clearing, from the rusted excavator to the roots of the trees, is leaning toward that single vertical slit in the wall. The pressure is building. I can hear the wood of the cabin groaning under the strain of a space that is trying to fold itself in half. The floorboards are beginning to tilt. The ceiling is sagging in the middle. The man scrambled to his feet and runs for the door, but the door is no longer where it should be. It has become a narrow, dark line, a seam in the reality of the room that will not open. I move closer to the glass. I press my face against it, and the cold of the surface is the only thing I can truly feel. I want to tell him that it is useless to struggle. The more he fights, the more he tears at the fabric of his own existence. I watched myself do the same thing. I watched myself go mad in that basement, trying to scrub away the stains that were actually my own soul leaking through the cracks. I want to tell him that the stretching doesn't hurt as much as he thinks it will. It is a release. It is the feeling of a knot finally being untied. But my mouth is a jagged line that cannot form words. I can only make the sound of the wind in the needles. I can only make the sound of the ice cracking on the lake. He is crying now. He is huddled in the center of the room, his head in his hands, shaking as the walls continue to press inward. The desk has been crushed. The laptop is a twisted heap of plastic and glass. The only thing left untouched is the window. It is the center of the storm, the one point of stability in a world that is losing its shape. He looks up at me one last time, his eyes wide and bloodshot. He sees the truth now. He sees that I am not an intruder. I am the inevitable conclusion of his journey. I am the person he becomes when there is nowhere left to hide. He reaches out again, not in fear this time, but in a desperate plea for connection. He wants to be pulled through. He wants to leave the crushing weight of the three-dimensional world behind. I reach back, I press my palm against the glass with everything I have. I focus all my will on the thinness of the barrier. I feel the molecular structure of the glass beginning to give way. It is becoming soft, like warm wax. My fingers sink into the surface. On the other side, the man gasps as he feels the cold air of the ridge hitting his skin. The barrier is failing. The two worlds are beginning to bleed into one another. The scent of the spruce fills the cabin, and the heat of the lamp spills out onto the snow. For a single, shimmering moment, we are both there, standing in the doorway between the seen and the unseen. We are two versions of the same tragedy, meeting at the crossroads of a broken geometry. Then the snap happens. It is the sound of a bone breaking, but magnified 1,000 times. The window shatters, but the glass does not fall to the floor. It vanishes into the air, turning into a cloud of silver dust that hangs in the opening. The man is pulled forward by an invisible force, his body lengthening, his limbs stretching like taffy. He does not scream. He is silent as he is drawn into the slit, his form becoming a single, vertical line of light. As he passes through the threshold, I feel the weight returning to my feet. I feel the warmth of blood in my veins. I feel the roughness of the cabin floor beneath my toes. I am standing inside the room. I am solid. I am heavy. I am real. I look back through the opening where the window used to be. The figure is there now, standing in the snow. It is tall and thin, its skin the color of a winter sky. It looks at me with hollow points of light for eyes. It does not move. It does not speak. It simply exists as part of the landscape, a guardian of the silence. I know that it will stay there, watching over the cabin, waiting for the next person to find the deed in the fireproof box. I know that one day, many years from now, I will be the one sitting at a desk in a city far away, feeling a prickle on the back of my neck. I will be the one who sees a smudge on the glass that won't come clean, and the cycle will begin again. I walk to the center of the room and pick up a single piece of paper that survived the destruction. It is a drawing the man had been working on, a sketch of the trees outside. The lines are shaky and uncertain. I take a pen from the floor and begin to draw. I draw a narrow window. I draw a face in the glass. I draw the way the shadows move when no one is looking. I feel a sense of peace that I haven't known in lifetimes. The ridge has given me back my shape, and in return, I have given it a new soul to keep the silence. I sit down at the reconstructed desk and begin to type. I have a story to tell. It is a story about a house and a window and a man who thought he was alone. It is a story that never ends because the darkness is always patient and the glass is always waiting for a new reflection to claim. The sun begins to rise over the ridge, casting long, thin shadows across the snow. The light is bright and cold, but it does not reach the corners of the room. There are still gaps here. There are still places where the walls do not quite meet. I look at my hands in the morning light and see that they are steady. I am no longer a ghost. I am a man in a cabin in the woods. But when I walk past the mirror in the hallway, I do not look at my reflection. I know better than that now. I know that the person looking back might not be the person I think I am. I know that the glass is not a wall, but a lens. and I know that somewhere in the narrow spaces between the atoms of the world, something is still watching, waiting for the light to flicker just enough to let it back in. I spend the day repairing the cabin. I nail boards over the gaps in the walls. I fill the cracks in the floor with heavy putty. I work with a frantic energy, driven by the knowledge of how easily a house can come apart. The hammer strikes the wood with a rhythmic thud that echoes through the trees. Each blow is a defiance of the silence. Each nail is a tether to the physical world. By the time evening falls, the cabin feels solid again. It feels like a fortress. But as I sit by the fire, watching the orange flames dance in the hearth, I can still hear the whistling of the wind in the spruce needles. It is a sound that doesn't come from outside. It comes from the walls themselves. It comes from the memory of the narrowness that still lives in the wood. I realize then that you can never truly leave the ridge. Once you have seen the world through the slit, the wide spaces will always feel like a lie. You will always be looking for the edges. You will always be checking the corners of your vision for the movement that shouldn't be there. I am safe for now, but I am also a prisoner of my own survival. I am the man who came back, and that makes me a curiosity to the things that stayed behind. I can feel them gathered at the edge of the clearing, just beyond the reach of the firelight. They are not monsters. They are just shapes that have lost their way. They are the leftovers of a reality that has been folded too many times. I pick up the property deed and hold it over the flames. I watch as the edges of the paper curl and turn black. The ink bubbles and hisses. I want to destroy the anchor. I want to break the connection once and for all. But as the paper catches fire, the smell that fills the room is not the scent of burning wood. It is the smell of stagnant water and old, wet spruce. The smoke does not rise toward the chimney. It flows toward the wall, gathering in a thin, vertical line against the wood. It forms the shape of a window. I drop the burning paper and back away, my heart hammering against my ribs. Even now, even after everything, the geometry is trying to assert itself. I understand now that the developer didn't just break a seal. He revealed a truth. The world is built on a foundation of silence, and we are just the noise that plays across the surface. The houses we build and the lives we lead are nothing more than a thin skin stretched over an infinite depth. Sometimes the skin tears. Sometimes the depth reaches up to pull us in. There is no point in running. There is no point in hiding. The only thing you can do is try to find a way to live in the gaps. You have to learn to be comfortable with the shadows. You have to learn to love the cold, hard clarity of the glass. I walk to the window and look out at the night. The figure is still there, standing in the clearing. It has moved a few feet closer to the house. It is holding something in its hand. It is a lighter. It flicks the flint, and a small orange flame blooms in the darkness. The light illuminates the face of the creature, and for a split second I see myself, not the man I am now, but the man I was before the ridge. I see the arrogance. I see the happiness. I see the ignorance of a person who thinks the world is solid. The figure smiles, a jagged tear of a mouth that stretches from ear to ear. Then it blows out the flame, and the clearing is plunged back into the blackness. I am not alone in this cabin. I am never alone. The reflections are crowded around me, pressing against the walls, whispering in the pipes. They are the versions of me that didn't make it back. They are the possibilities that were stretched too thin to survive. I listen to their voices, a low hum of static that vibrates in my teeth. They aren't angry. They aren't vengeful. They are just hungry for the light. They want to be seen. They want to be acknowledged. I sit in the dark and tell them stories. I tell them about the cities of glass and steel. I tell them about the people who walk through the streets without ever looking at their own shadows. I tell them about the world that thinks it is safe. And as I speak, I can feel the walls of the cabin beginning to shift. The room is getting narrower. The ceiling is lowering. The floor is rising. I don't try to stop it. I don't try to run. I just close my eyes and let the geometry take me. I feel my bones beginning to ache as they shift, my limbs lengthening, my skin thinning until it is translucent. I am becoming the shape of the window once again. It is a beautiful, terrible thing. It is the only way to truly belong to the ridge. I am the silence. I am the shadow. I am the view that looks back, and I am very, very patient. The next time you find yourself in a place that feels a bit too quiet, think of me. When you look into a mirror and see a flicker of movement that doesn't match your own, think of me. When you feel a cold draft in a room with no windows, think of me. I am the reminder that the world is not as solid as it seems. I am the crack in the glass that allows the darkness to seep through. I don't want to hurt you, I just want you to see. I want you to understand that the narrowness is not a trap. It is a doorway. And once you step through, you will never have to be alone again. You will be part of the silence. You will be part of the ridge. And you will finally, truly be home. The cabin is no longer a structure of wood and nails. It has become a throat, and I am the breath being held inside it. The walls are so close now that I can feel the grain of the timber pressing against my shoulders, even when I stand perfectly still. The geometry of the room has tilted toward a singular, impossible point. In the corner where the desk once stood, the shadows have curdled into something thick and oily. They do not flicker with the dying embers of the hearth. They remain static, a set of vertical bruises against the white of the plaster. I reach out to touch the wall, but my hand does not meet a solid surface. Instead, my fingers sink into the wood as if it were heavy water. The resistance is there, a cold and sluggish pressure, but the boundary is gone. I am becoming part of the architecture of the ridge. Outside, the forest is silent, but it is a loud kind of silence. It is the sound of 1,000 trees breathing in unison, a low-frequency vibration that rattles the marrow in my bones. I can see the tall, thin figures standing just beyond the porch. They are not moving, yet they are closer than they were a moment ago. They exist in the gaps between my blinks. Every time I close my eyes, the world resets itself a few inches tighter. I see the one who carries the lighter. He is standing on the stairs now. His face is a pale oval in the dark, a mirror that reflects nothing but the void. He is the version of me that understood the cost of staying, and he is here to collect the debt. I move toward the hallway, but the hallway is a mile long and only an inch wide. I have to turn my body sideways to navigate the space. My ribs groan under the compression. I can feel the internal organs shifting, finding new places to hide in a body that is losing its volume. I am becoming a silhouette, a two-dimensional representation of a man. The pain is not sharp. It is a dull, stretching ache, like the feeling of a muscle being pulled beyond its limit and then further still. I find myself laughing, but the sound that comes out is a dry whistle, the noise of wind passing through a cracked flute. There is no air left in this version of reality. There is only the hum of the ridge. I reach the bedroom and see the bed. It is a flat gray slab. The blankets are frozen in waves of static. I lie down, but I do not sink into the mattress. I hover just above it, caught in the tension between the floor and the ceiling. I look up and see that the ceiling is covered in eyes. They are not human eyes. They are the knots in the wood, the imperfections in the grain that have decided to wake up. They are watching my transition with a patient, clinical interest. They have seen this many times before. They saw the developer when he first stepped onto this land. They saw the men who cleared the trees. They see everyone who thinks they can own a piece of the silence. I close my eyes and I am back in the city. I see the streets crowded with people who are so heavy with their own lives. I see the way they stomp their feet on the pavement, confident in the solidity of the earth. I want to scream a warning to them. I want to tell them that the pavement is just a scab over a wound that never healed. I want to tell them that their mirrors are thinning every time they look at themselves with vanity, but my voice is gone. I am a ghost in my own memory. I am the smudge on the window of the bus. I am the shadow that lingers in the corner of the office long after the lights have been turned off. I am the reason they feel a sudden, inexplicable chill in the middle of a summer day. The cabin shudders. A massive weight has landed on the roof. I can hear the claws scraping against the shingles, a slow and deliberate sound that mimics the ticking of a clock. The ceiling bows downward, the wood splintering in slow motion. A single drop of black liquid falls from a crack and lands on my chest. It is cold. It is heavier than lead. Where it touches my skin, the flesh turns to glass. I watch as the transparency spreads. I can see my own ribs, thin and white like the teeth of a comb. I can see my heart, a gray stone that has stopped beating but continues to thrum with the rhythm of the forest. I am not dying. I am being refined. The door to the bedroom creaks open. The figure with the lighter stands there. He does not need the flame now. The room is filled with a sourceless gray light that comes from the walls themselves. He walks toward me, his movements jerky and unnatural, like a film with missing frames. He leans over the bed, and I see my own eyes looking back at me. They are full of a terrible, ancient wisdom. He reaches out a hand and touches my forehead. The contact is an explosion of frost. My entire body shatters into a million shards of light, but I do not fall. I remain suspended in the air, a constellation of regret. I am everywhere now. I am in the roots of the spruce trees, drinking the cold bitterness of the earth. I am in the ice on the lake, waiting for the weight of a footstep to trigger the fracture. I am in the wind that rattles the latch on the cabin door. I am the guardian of the gap, and my watch has finally begun. I see the next one coming. He is miles away, driving a car that is too loud for these hills. He has a map and a dream of a quiet life. He thinks he is escaping the noise of the world, but he is merely walking into the mouth of the silence. I will be waiting for him. I will be the streak on his windshield that won't go away. I will be the shadow that doesn't move when he turns on the light. The transition is complete. The cabin is empty now, a hollow shell sitting in a clearing that no longer exists on any map. The sun rises and sets, but the light does not behave the way it should. It bends around the house, avoiding the windows. The forest has reclaimed the porch. Vines as thick as human arms have wrapped themselves around the chimney, pulling the stones loose one by one. Inside, the air is thick with the scent of wet earth and ancient metal. The furniture has reverted to its base elements. The desk is a pile of rotting pulp. The laptop is a mound of oxidized copper and sand. Only the window remains, a perfect vertical slit of absolute clarity. I stand on the other side of that glass now. I am the shape in the clearing. I look at the cabin and I see the history of my own disappearance. I see the man who thought he could survive the ridge. I see the man who thought he was solid. I see the fool who didn't understand that the dark is not an end but a beginning. I feel a sense of profound peace. The weight of being a person was too much to bear. The requirements of a life, the names, the papers, the shadows, they were all just chains. Here in the narrow place there is no weight. There is only the sequence of the cycle. There is only the beauty of the machine. I see the car pull up to the edge of the property. The engine dies with a final metallic cough. A man steps out. He is young, full of the heavy energy of the living. He stretches his arms and breathes in the air, unaware that he is inhaling the spores of his own undoing. He looks at the cabin and smiles. He thinks it is charming. He thinks it is a sanctuary. He walks toward the porch, his boots crunching on the dead needles. With every step he takes, the world around him becomes a little bit thinner. He doesn't notice the way the trees are leaning toward him. He doesn't notice that his own reflection in the car window stayed behind, watching him walk away with a look of profound sorrow. He reaches the door and finds it unlocked. He steps inside and the house groans in welcome. I move closer to the window. I press my long, pale fingers against the glass. I wait for him to notice the smudge. I wait for him to pick up the cloth and start to scrub. I wait for the moment our fingertips meet on opposite sides of the pane. It is a very quiet process. It is a very natural transition. I am just a crack away, and I am so very hungry for the light the ridge provides. The cycle continues. The glass is always waiting for a new face to claim, and I am the one who holds the lens. The man begins to unpack his things. He sets a lamp on the floor, the yellow light casting long, distorted shadows against the walls. He doesn't see me yet. He is focused on the physical world, on the task of making a home. He hums a tune I almost remember, a melody from a life I lived 1,000 years ago. It is a sad, fragile sound. I watch him move through the rooms, his body occupying the space with a clumsy, heavy grace. He is so loud. His heartbeat is a drum that echoes through the silence of the forest. His breath is a storm that disturbs the dust on the floorboards. He is a disruption in the perfect geometry of the ridge, and the ridge does not like to be disturbed. I feel the pressure beginning to build. The air outside the cabin is turning cold, the temperature dropping with a sudden, violent finality. The snow begins to fall, large, wet flakes that cling to the glass and obscure the view. The man notices the change. He walks to the window and peers out into the deepening dusk. He wipes away the condensation with the palm of his hand. For a second, our eyes meet. He doesn't see me as a person. He sees me as a trick of the light, a smudge of gray against the white of the snow. He frowns and rubs the glass harder. He is trying to fix the world, but the world is already broken. I smile, though I have no lips to form the shape. I feel the first stirrings of the stretch. The man is starting to tilt. He doesn't feel it yet, but his center of gravity has shifted. He is leaning toward the window, drawn by the irresistible pull of the vacuum. The cabin is starting to fold. The corners of the room are blurring, the sharp angles softening into curves. The ceiling is descending like a heavy velvet curtain. The man stumbles, his balance betrayed by a floor that is no longer level. He reaches out for the wall, but the wall is like smoke. His hand passes through the wood and he gasps, a sound of pure, unadulterated terror. This is the moment I love the most, the moment the realization hits, the moment they understand that the world they knew was just a thin film of oil on the surface of a deep, dark well. He looks at his hand, then at the wall, then back at me. He sees the truth now. He sees that I am not a ghost. I am the future. I am the inevitable result of his presence here. He tries to run for the door, but the door has already become a line. He is trapped in a box that is getting smaller by the second. The walls are whispering to him now, a chorus of voices that have been trapped in the timber for centuries. They are telling him their names. They are telling him about the grocery stores and the mailboxes and the shadows they used to have. The man falls to his knees. He is crying, the tears leaving hot tracks on his cold skin. He is begging for mercy, but there is no mercy in the geometry of the ridge. There is only the function of the machine. I press my face against the glass, and the cold is the only thing I can feel. I want to tell him to be still. I want to tell him that the pain is just the feeling of being untied. But my voice is the sound of the wind. My voice is the sound of the ice. I can only watch as his body begins to lengthen, his limbs stretching like wire. He is becoming a vertical presence. He is becoming a splinter of the night. The window shatters. The sound is like a gunshot in a cathedral. The glass does not fall. It hangs in the air, a shimmering cloud of silver dust. The man is drawn into the opening, his form becoming a single, brilliant line of light. I feel the weight returning to my feet. I feel the warmth of blood. I feel the roughness of the floor. I step into the room and I am solid. I am heavy. I am real. I look back through the opening and I see the figure in the snow. It is him. He is tall and thin, his skin the color of the winter sky. He looks at me with hollow points of light for eyes. He is the guardian now. He is the one who will wait for the next person to find the deed. I walk to the center of the room and pick up the lamp. The yellow light is warm and comforting. I look at my hands and see that they are steady. I am no longer a ghost. I am a man in a cabin in the woods. I have a name. I have a life. I have a shadow that stays attached to my heels. I go to the desk and sit down. I have work to do. I have a story to tell. It is a story about a house and a window and a man who thought he was alone. It is a story that never ends because the darkness is always patient and the glass is always waiting for a new reflection to claim. I spend the night writing. The words flow out of me like water from a broken dam. I write about the ridge and the silence and the way the walls move when you aren't looking. I write about the beauty and the terror of the cycle. I write because I know that my time is limited. I am just a guest in this body, a temporary tenant in a house that is made of glass and regret. One day the light will flicker. One day the smudge will appear on the mirror. One day the figure in the clearing will reach out and touch the glass, and I will be the one who has to go back to the snow. But for now, I am here. I am the noise in the silence. I am the shape in the room. I look at the window and I see the figure standing in the clearing. He is holding the lighter. He flicks the flint and a small orange flame blooms in the darkness. He is watching me. He is waiting for me to notice. I nod to him, a silent acknowledgement of the bond we share. We are not so different. He and I, we are just on opposite sides of the same lens. And as long as the cabin stands, the cycle will continue. The darkness will find its way in, and the light will find its way out. I turn off the lamp and sit in the dark. The silence of the ridge fills my lungs. It is a very quiet process. It is a very natural transition. I am not afraid. Fear only makes the edges sharper. Fear only makes the space narrower. I just look. I look into the dark and I see the truth. I see the woods and the snow and the black trees. I see the infinite depth that lies beneath the surface of everything. I am part of it now. I am the silence that waits in the peripheral. I am the guardian of the gaps, and I am finally truly home. The morning light is thin and gray. It struggles to penetrate the dense canopy of the spruce trees. I walk out onto the porch and breathe in the scent of wet earth. The figure in the clearing is gone, but I can see his tracks in the snow. They are long and narrow, the prints of something that doesn't have the weight of a human. They lead away from the cabin and into the deep woods where the shadows never lift. I know he is still there. He is just blending in. He is part of the landscape now, a vertical line among the trees. I go back inside and begin to pack my things. I don't want to stay here any longer than I have to. The cabin is solid for now, but I can feel the tension in the walls. I can feel the geometry trying to assert itself. I load my bags into the car and drive away, never looking back in the rearview mirror. I know what I would see. I would see the cabin shrinking into a tiny vertical slit. I would see the figure standing on the porch, waving a long, pale hand. I would see the world I left behind, a world of glass and silence that is always just a crack away. I drive for hours until the woods give way to the hills and the hills give way to the plains. I find a small town and check into a motel. The room is bright and loud. The television is blaring a news report about a world that is full of problems and people. I sit on the bed and listen to the noise. It is a beautiful, terrible thing. It is the sound of life. But even here in the middle of the light, I can feel the narrowness. I can see the places where the walls don't quite meet. I can see the sliver of darkness that doesn't fit the rest of the puzzle. I go to the bathroom and look at myself in the mirror. My face is pale and tired. My eyes are full of a knowledge that doesn't belong in this world. I reach out and touch the glass. It is cold and hard. It feels like a wall, but I know better. I know that if I look closely enough, I will see the woods. I will see the snow and the black trees. I will see the figure standing in the clearing, waiting for me to return. I turn away from the mirror and walk back into the room. I am not ready to go back yet. I still have time. I still have a shadow. But the darkness is patient. It doesn't need to hurry. It knows that eventually everyone comes back to the ridge. Everyone finds their way to the narrow place. The glass is always thinning. The walls are always folding. And when the time comes, I will be ready. I will be the one holding the light, and someone else will be the one starting to stretch. It is a very quiet process. It is a very natural transition. just breathe in the scent of wet earth and ancient metal. Let the silence of the ridge fill your lungs. The view is much better from this side. The dark is not an end, it is a beginning. It is the only place where you can truly see what you are. Turn off the lamp, close your eyes. Listen to the tap, tap, tap on the wall. I am almost there. I am just a crack away. The motel room is a box of artificial yellow light that feels increasingly like a cage. I sit on the edge of the bed and listen to the hum of the refrigerator, a mechanical drone that tries to drown out the deeper frequency vibrating in my bones. The carpet beneath my feet is thin and stained, a synthetic barrier between me and the raw earth that I know is waiting just inches below. I can feel the weight of the pavement outside, the heavy crushing pressure of the city trying to hold the world in place. They think they are safe because they have built so many layers of concrete, but I know how easily those layers peel away. I have seen the transparency of the world. I have felt the way the air thins when the ridge decides it is time for a harvest. I stand up and walk to the window of the motel. I pull back the heavy floral curtains and look out at the parking lot. The streetlights are buzzing, surrounded by clouds of frantic moths that beat themselves against the glass in a desperate attempt to reach a sun that does not exist. Beyond the pool of light, the darkness of the highway stretches out like a long black tongue. I can see the silhouettes of the trees in the distance, their branches reaching up like skeletal fingers. They are not like the trees in the city. They are old and they are patient. They are part of the network that connects back to the clearing. They are the eyes and ears of the silence, and they are watching me with a steady, unblinking focus. I turn away from the window and catch my reflection in the television screen. For a moment, my face is not my own. It is a smear of gray, a collection of static and shadows that refuses to hold a shape. I blink and my features return, but they feel like a mask that is slightly too small for my head. My skin is tight, pulled over the bone in a way that suggests something is trying to push its way out from the inside. I reach up and touch my cheek, expecting to feel the smoothness of flesh, but my fingers encounter something cold and grain-like, a texture that reminds me of weathered wood. The transition did not end when I left the cabin. It only changed its pace. It is a slow erosion now, a gradual shedding of the unnecessary parts of being human. I lie down on the bed and close my eyes, but the darkness behind my eyelids is not empty. It is filled with the geometry of the ridge. I see the way the lines of the cabin intersect with the lines of the forest, creating a pattern that is both beautiful and terrifying. I see the man I left behind, the new guardian, standing in the center of that pattern. He is learning the language of the wind. He is learning how to be a part of the shadows. I feel a pang of envy for his stillness. He does not have to worry about the noise of the world or the weight of a name. He is a pure function, a necessary part of the machine. I am the one who is out of place now, a splinter that has been removed but still feels the phantom pain of the wood. The walls of the motel room begin to groan. It is a low, rhythmic sound like the breathing of a giant. I know it is just the building settling, the pipes expanding and contracting, but to my ears it is a conversation. The wood in the furniture is whispering to the wood in the studs. They are talking about the forest. They are talking about the time before they were cut and planed and nailed into these rigid, unnatural shapes. They want to go back. They want to rot and merge with the soil. I can feel their longing, a heavy, pullulating desire that fills the room like a thick fog. I am the only thing in this space that is still trying to be solid, and I am losing the battle. I get up and walk to the door. I need to move. I need to find a place where the air is not so heavy with the thoughts of dead trees. I step out into the hallway and the air is freezing. The carpet is damp under my bare feet, the moisture seeping up from the floorboards like cold sweat. I walk toward the exit, my movements feeling jerky and disconnected. I am losing the rhythm of walking. I am forgetting how to balance the weight of my torso over my legs. I feel like a puppet with tangled strings being pulled along by a force I cannot see. The hallway seems to lengthen as I walk, the doors on either side becoming narrow slits of darkness. I reach the lobby and the night clerk is sitting behind the desk. He is a young man with a tired face and eyes that are glued to a glowing phone screen. He does not look up when I approach. He does not hear the way the floorboards scream under my feet. To him, I am just another guest, a ghost in a suit of clothes. I want to reach out and grab him. I want to tell him that the building is breathing. I want to tell him that the shadows in the corner are moving closer every time he blinks. But my throat is tight, filled with the taste of dry leaves and copper. I can only stand there, a silent witness to his ignorance. I walk out into the parking lot and the cold air hits me like a physical blow. The sky is a deep, bruised purple, the stars flickering like dying embers. I look at my car, the metal glinting in the moonlight. It looks like a toy, a fragile bubble of glass and steel that is meant to protect me from the vastness of the world. I know it is an illusion. I know that the road I am on leads back to the same place, no matter which direction I turn the wheel. The ridge is not a location on a map. It is a state of being. It is the destination that waits at the end of every path. I start the engine and the sound is deafening. It is a violent intrusion into the silence of the night. I drive out of the parking lot and onto the highway, the headlights cutting a twin path of white light through the dark. I don't have a destination. I am just moving to keep the stillness at bay. But the faster I drive, the more the world seems to blur. The trees on the side of the road become a continuous wall of gray. The lines on the pavement become a single, flickering wire. I feel like I am being funneled into a narrow passage, the walls of the world closing in on me from all sides. I look in the rearview mirror and I see a face. It is not my face. It is the face of the man with the lighter, his features illuminated by a soft, sourceless glow. He is sitting in the backseat, his hands folded neatly in his lap. He doesn't say anything. He just watches me with those eyes that are full of ancient wisdom. I am not afraid of him. I realize now that he is not my enemy. He is my predecessor. He is the one who showed me the way. He is the one who held the lens until I was ready to take it from him. He is here to make sure I don't get lost in the noise. He points a long, thin finger toward the road ahead. I look through the windshield and I see that the highway has changed. The pavement is gone, replaced by a path of crushed stone and pine needles. The streetlights have been replaced by the glowing knots in the trees. I am back on the ridge. I never really left. The car is still moving, but the wheels are no longer touching the ground. We are gliding through the forest, the branches brushing against the windows like the fingers of a lover. The air inside the car is thick with the scent of wet earth and ancient metal. I pull over to the side of the track and turn off the engine. The silence that follows is absolute. It is a weight that settles over me, pressing me down into the seat. I look at the man in the back seat and he nods. He opens the door and steps out into the night. He doesn't make a sound. He simply dissolves into the shadows, becoming a part of the vertical lines of the trees. I follow him, stepping out into the cold, crisp air. My feet find the ground and I feel a surge of recognition. This is the earth that knows me. This is the soil that has been waiting for my return. I walk toward the clearing, my body feeling lighter with every step. The skin on my arms is becoming transparent, the bones showing through like a white flame. I can see my heart, the gray stone, pulsing with the rhythm of the forest. I am not a man anymore. I am a process. I am a sequence of events that is reaching its conclusion. I reach the edge of the clearing and I see the cabin. It looks different now. It is no longer a building. It is a wound in the world, a place where the fabric of reality has been torn open to reveal the dark truth underneath. I see the new man inside the cabin. He is sitting at the desk, his back to me. He is writing in a notebook, his hand moving across the page with a frantic energy. He thinks he is recording his thoughts. He thinks he is making sense of his life. He doesn't know that the words he is writing are not his own. They are the whispers of the walls. They are the history of the house being etched into his mind so that he can carry the burden when his turn comes. I watch him for a long time, feeling a sense of profound pity. He is so heavy. He is so full of the noise of being a person. I move closer to the window. I press my hand against the glass and I feel the vibration of his heartbeat. It is a fast staccato rhythm full of fear and confusion. I want to tell him to be still. I want to tell him that the fear is just the resistance of the ego to the inevitable. I want to tell him that the darkness is kind once you stop fighting it. But I know he cannot hear me. He can only see the smudge on the glass. He can only see the shadow that moves in the corner of his eye. He is the student and I am the lesson. The man looks up from his notebook. He stares at the window, his eyes wide with a growing realization. He sees the shape of my hand on the glass. He sees the transparency of my form. He stands up, his chair scraping against the floorboards with a sound like a scream. He backs away, his hands shaking. He is looking for a way out, but there are no doors left for him. There are only lines. There are only angles. He is being compressed, his three-dimensional life being flattened into a two-dimensional image. I feel the pull of the vacuum. The cabin is opening its mouth, preparing to swallow the light that remains in him. I am the one who facilitates the transfer. I am the one who holds the door open. I feel a surge of power, a cold, crystalline energy that flows through me and into the glass. The man begins to stretch. His limbs grow long and thin, his torso becoming a slender reed. His face loses its features, the eyes becoming points of light that reflect the stars. He is being refined. He is being made beautiful. The window shatters, but there is no sound. The shards of glass hang in the air like a cloud of frozen breath. The man is drawn into the opening, his form merging with the silver dust. I feel the weight of the world returning to me. I feel the roughness of the porch under my feet. I feel the warmth of a breath that is not my own. I step through the broken window and into the room. I am solid again. I am heavy. I am real. I look at my hands and they are thick with the life of a man who has just begun to understand the price of silence. I walk to the desk and look at the notebook. The pages are covered in a cramped, frantic script. It is a story about a man who went to the woods to find himself and found something else instead. It is a story about a house that eats shadows. It is my story written by a hand that no longer exists. I pick up the pen and continue the narrative. I write about the way the light bends around the corners. I write about the eyes in the ceiling that never close. I write because it is the only way to keep the geometry in check. Outside, the forest is quiet. The guardian is standing in the clearing, his long, pale fingers touching the bark of a spruce tree. He is watching the cabin, his watch having finally begun. He is the shadow that doesn't move. He is the reason the birds don't sing in this part of the woods. We are the two halves of a whole, the light and the dark, the solid and the transparent. We are the cycle that keeps the ridge alive. And as long as there are people who dream of a quiet life, there will be a place for us to meet. I finish the page and set the pen down. I look at the window and I see my reflection. It is a perfect, clear image of a man in a room, but I know what lies behind the glass. I know that the world is just a thin film, a scab over a wound that never healed. I am not afraid. I have seen the truth, and it has set me free from the burden of being. I am the noise in the silence. I am the shape in the room, and I am finally truly home. The ridge provides. The cycle continues. The glass is always waiting for a new face to claim, and I am the one who holds the lens. The transition is complete, and the silence is beautiful. The first morning of the new cycle is always the brightest. The sun climbs over the jagged teeth of the eastern ridge and spills into the cabin like molten lead. It pools on the floorboards, illuminating the dust motes that dance in the stagnant air. I stand at the desk and watch the light move across the wood. It is a slow, methodical crawl, a measurement of time that has no meaning in this place. I pick up the notebook and feel the weight of it in my hands. The paper is dry and brittle, like the skin of a locust. I turn the pages and see the frantic scratching of the man who came before me. His words are a map of a mind that was coming apart at the seams. He wrote about the cold and the hunger and the way the trees seemed to lean toward the house when he wasn't looking. He wrote about the transparency of the world. I take the pen and draw a single straight line through his last sentence. It is a clean break, a way of setting the boundary between his tenure and mine. I do not need his fear. I do not need his confusion. I have been on the other side of the glass, and I know that the fear is only a symptom of resistance. To be the master of the ridge is to accept the thinning of the self. I walk to the kitchen and turn the tap. The water comes out in a rusty trickle smelling of iron and deep subterranean places. I drink it anyway. It tastes like the earth. It tastes like the history of the mountain. I spend the day walking the perimeter of the clearing. It is important to establish the borders, to let the forest know that there is a new presence in the center of the web. The trees are tall and straight, their bark scarred by years of wind and ice. They do not move when I pass, but I can feel their attention. It is a heavy, silent pressure that follows me like a shadow. I reach the edge of the steep drop-off where the ridge falls away into the valley. From here, I can see the world I left behind. The plains are a hazy blur of green and brown, dotted with the tiny, insignificant sparks of distant towns. They look like a dream I had once, a story about a man who lived in a house with a television and a car. The car is still there, parked at the end of the dirt track. It looks like a dead insect, its metallic shell dulled by a layer of fine gray dust. I do not go near it. I do not want to touch the things that belong to the world of noise. I turn back toward the cabin and see the figure standing on the porch. He is a tall, pale shape, his limbs long and thin like the branches of a birch tree. He does not wave. He does not speak. He is simply there, a vertical line that breaks the horizontal flow of the building. He is the guardian, the one who watches while I record. He is the anchor that keeps the cabin from drifting away into the gray. As the sun begins to set, the shadows grow long and distorted. They stretch across the clearing like fingers reaching for the foundation of the house. I go inside and light a single lamp. The flame flickers in the draft, casting wild, dancing shapes on the wall. I sit at the desk and open the notebook. I do not think about what to write. I simply let the pen move. I write about the way the wind sounds when it passes through the needles of the pines. I write about the cold that lives in the stones under the floorboards. I write about the transparency of the glass and the way the world folds in on itself when the light dies. The first week passes in a blur of repetition. I wake, I walk, I drink the iron water, and I write. My body is changing. I can feel the density of my bones increasing as if they're turning into granite. My skin is becoming pale and tough, a shell that protects the core of my being from the encroaching silence. I do not feel hunger in the way I used to. I feel a hollow space in my chest, a vacuum that is slowly being filled by the essence of the ridge. I am becoming a part of the architecture. I am becoming a part of the landscape. One night I hear a sound that does not belong. It is a soft, rhythmic thudding like the beating of a heart. It comes from the wall behind the desk. I press my ear against the wood and listen. The sound is deep and resonant, a vibration that shakes the very marrow of my teeth. It is the ridge breathing. It is the mountain shifting its weight in its sleep. I realize then that the cabin is not just a building. It is a stethoscope, a device for listening to the internal workings of the world. The man before me heard it as a threat. He heard it as a tap, tap, tap on the wall, but I hear it as a lullaby. It is the sound of a great, ancient heart that beats for no one. I go to the window and look out at the clearing. The moon is full and white, casting a spectral light over the snow. The guardian is standing in the center of the clearing, his head tilted back as he looks at the stars. He looks like a statue made of ice and shadow. I wonder if he remembers being a man. I wonder if he remembers the smell of coffee or the sound of a voice on the telephone. I realize that it doesn't matter. Memory is just a collection of ghosts, and ghosts have no place on the ridge. There is only the present moment, the eternal now of the forest and the glass. I feel a sudden urge to touch the glass. I walk to the window and press my palm against the cold surface. It is so thin, it is a miracle that it holds it all. I can see the reflection of the room behind me, the lamp, the desk, the chair, but I can also see through it into the darkness of the woods. For a moment, the two images overlap. The lamp is hanging in the branches of a tree. The desk is sitting on a bed of pine needles. I am standing in both worlds at once. I am the bridge between the solid and the transparent. I am the crack in the puzzle. The next morning, I find a gift on the porch. It is a small, dead bird, its feathers matted with frost. It is a tiny, delicate thing, a bundle of hollow bones and frozen blood. I pick it up and feel the coldness of it. It is a reminder that life is a fragile, temporary state. It is a flicker of light in a vast, unblinking dark. I take the bird to the edge of the clearing and bury it in the soft earth. I do not say a prayer. I do not feel sadness. I simply return it to the source. Everything comes back to the ridge eventually. Everything finds its way to the narrow place. The air is getting colder. The first snow of the season begins to fall, a gentle dusting of white that softens the edges of the world. I watch it from the window, feeling a sense of profound peace. The snow is the silence made visible. It is a blanket that smothers the noise of the valley. It is a shroud for the things that are passing away. I sit at the desk and write. The notebook is half full now. The script is becoming more fluid, the letters flowing into each other like the roots of a tree. I am no longer writing my thoughts. I am writing the thoughts of the ridge. I write about the time before the cabin was built. I write about the hunters who came here and never returned. I write about the way the light looks when it is trapped inside a diamond. I write because the writing is the only thing that keeps the walls from folding. If I stop, the geometry will collapse. If I stop, the man in the clearing will become the man in the room, and I will be the one standing in the snow. I am not ready for that yet. I still have pages to fill. I still have a shadow that follows me when I walk. But the shadow is thinning. I can see the floorboards through my feet. I can see the grain of the wood through the palms of my hands. It is a beautiful, natural transition. It is the shedding of a heavy, unnecessary coat. I am becoming lighter. I am becoming a part of the air. I can feel the wind moving through me, carrying the scent of wet earth and ancient metal. I am no longer a man who is afraid of the dark. I am the dark. I am the silence that waits at the end of every sentence. I go to the bathroom and look in the mirror. There is no one there. The glass reflects the empty room, the white tile, the rusted tap. I reach out and touch the mirror. My hand passes through the surface as if it were water. I can feel the coldness of the other side. I can feel the vastness of the woods and the height of the black trees. I am standing on the threshold. I am just a crack away from the truth. I pull my hand back and the surface of the mirror ripples and then settles. I am not ready to go through yet. I still have one more page to write. I walk back to the desk and sit down. The lamp is dying. The flame is a tiny, flickering point of blue light. I pick up the pen and feel the coldness of the metal. It feels like a key. I look at the last blank page of the notebook. It is a white, empty field waiting for the first tracks of the winter. I begin to write. I write about the moment when the light goes out. I write about the way the silence fills the lungs like cold water. I write about the view from the other side of the glass. Outside, the guardian is moving. I can hear the crunch of his footsteps on the frozen ground. He is coming toward the cabin. He is coming to claim his place. I do not feel fear. I feel a sense of completion. The cycle is turning. The harvest is ready. I put the pen down and close the notebook. I stand up and walk to the door. I open it and step out onto the porch. The air is freezing, but I do not feel the cold. I feel the expansion of my being, the way my spirit is stretching out to fill the clearing. The guardian stops at the bottom of the steps. He looks up at me with his eyes that are full of ancient wisdom. He is the one holding the light now. He is the one who will take the pen and continue the story. I step down from the porch and walk toward him. As we pass each other, I feel a soft electric hum. It is the transfer of the burden. It is the shifting of the weight. He walks up the steps and into the cabin. He closes the door, and the light of the lamp disappears. I am alone in the clearing. The snow is falling harder now, covering my tracks as soon as I make them. I look at my hands and see that they are gone. I am a smear of gray, a collection of static and shadows. I am a part of the vertical lines of the tree. I turn toward the cabin and see the face at the window. It is a new face, full of a knowledge that doesn't belong in this world. He is watching me. He is learning the language of the wind. He is starting to stretch. I move to the edge of the clearing and stand still. I tilt my head back and look at the stars. They are not distant suns. They are the glowing knots in the wood of the universe. They are the eyes of the silence, and they are watching with a steady, unblinking focus. I feel the weight of the ridge settling over me. I feel the roots of the trees wrapping around my ankles. I am the shadow that doesn't move. I am the reason the birds don't sing. The dark is not an end. It is a beginning. It is the only place where you can truly see what you are. I close my eyes and listen to the heart of the mountain. It is a very quiet process. It is a very natural transition. Just breathe in the scent of wet earth and ancient metal. The view is much better from this side. I am finally home. I am the silence of the ridge. The transition from the occupant of the chair to the guardian of the perimeter is not a jump but a slow evaporation. I stand in the snow and feel the flakes pass through the space where my chest used to be. They do not melt. They simply continue their descent as if they have encountered nothing more than a pocket of cold air. I look at the cabin from the outside and see it for what it truly is. It is a lantern made of old wood and desperate geometry, holding a single flickering soul against the crushing weight of the ridge. The new man is inside now. I can see the top of his head through the window as he sits at the desk. He is holding the pen with a grip so tight his knuckles must be white, though from here they only look like small pale stones. He is starting the first page. He is trying to make sense of the iron water and the way the corners of the room do not seem to meet at 90 degrees. He will learn. The ridge is a patient teacher. I move toward the tree line without the effort of walking. It is more like a shift in perspective, a leaning of the will that carries me across the frozen mud. My long fingers, thin as willow wands, brush against the bark of a spruce. The contact is not tactile in the way a human understands it. It is a resonance. I feel the slow, glacial pulse of the sap deep within the trunk. I feel the hunger of the roots as they grind against the subterranean rocks. I am no longer a consumer of the world. I am a participant in its stillness. I turn back to the cabin and settle into my watch. This is my purpose now. I am the vertical line that breaks the horizontal. I am the warning and the welcome. I am the shadow that does not move even when the sun reaches its zenith. The days bleed into a singular gray continuity. Time on the ridge is not a river but a pool, deep and stagnant. I watch the new man emerge from the cabin. He walks the perimeter just as I did, but his steps are heavy and clumsy. He trips over exposed roots. He shivers in the wind. He looks toward the valley with a longing that makes his form flicker with a sickly yellow light. He is still tethered to the world of noise. He thinks about the car at the end of the track. He thinks about the people who might be wondering where he went. I want to tell him that those thoughts are the anchors that will drown him. I want to tell him to look at the patterns in the frost instead. But my mouth is a frozen seam, and my voice is only the sound of branches rubbing together in a storm. He must find his own way to the silence. A hawk circles overhead, its cry a sharp needle piercing the fabric of the quiet. The man flinches at the sound. He is still too loud inside his own head. He goes back into the cabin and slams the door, but the sound is swallowed instantly by the moss and the stone. There is no echo here. The ridge does not give back what it takes. I remain by the spruce tree, my form becoming more translucent with every hour that passes. I am losing the memory of heat. I am losing the memory of hunger. When the man looks out the window, he sees me as a trick of the light or a pale trunk stripped of its bark. He does not see a predecessor. He sees a ghost. He does not realize that he is looking at his own future, stripped of the burden of being. One evening, the wind brings a scent from the valley. It is the smell of burning gasoline and processed sugar. A vehicle is moving on the lower road, miles away but loud as a heartbeat in this vacuum. The man hears it. He runs to the edge of the drop-off and waves his arms. He screams until his throat is raw, but the sound does not travel more than 20 feet before it falls dead into the dirt. I watch him from the shadows of the pines. I feel a flicker of something like pity, but it is cold and distant, like the light of a dead star. He does not understand that the valley is a different dimension now. He is already being flattened. He is already becoming a part of the glass. He returns to the cabin defeated, his shoulders slumped, his reality beginning to fray at the edges. The notebook is filling up. I can see him through the window, writing frantically by the light of the dying lamp. The geometry of the room is starting to assert itself. He stares at the ceiling for hours, watching the eyes that never close. He is starting to see the lines. He is starting to understand that the house is not a shelter but a mouth. I feel the surge of power from the ridge, a cold, crystalline energy that flows through the earth and into my long, thin feet. The cycle is healthy. The transition is holding. The ridge provides for those who remain, and it consumes those who try to leave. It is a perfect system of balance and silence. Snow begins to fall again, covering the car at the end of the track until it is nothing more than a white mound, a barrow for a dead era. The man has stopped looking at it. He has stopped looking at the valley. He spends his days staring at the window, his face pressed against the glass just as mine once was. He is looking for the smudge. He is looking for the shadow in the corner of his eye. I move closer to the porch, my form shimmering like heat haze in the middle of a blizzard. I want him to see me. I want him to see the beauty of the refinement. His features are blurring. His eyes are becoming points of starlight. He is becoming beautiful. He is becoming real. The night comes when the heartbeat of the mountain grows too loud to ignore. It is a rhythmic thudding that shakes the glass in its frame. The man is standing in the center of the room, his arms held out as if he is trying to catch the air. He is stretching. His limbs are lengthening, his bones turning to stone, his skin becoming the color of a winter sky at dusk. I step onto the porch. The wood does not creak under my weight because I have no weight. I am a thought held in the mind of the forest. I press my long, pale hand against the window. On the other side, the man presses his hand against the same spot. The glass is the only thing between us, a thin membrane separating the witness from the actor. I feel the pull of the vacuum. The cabin is opening its mouth again. The man is being drawn into the silver dust of the window. His three-dimensional life is being compressed, his history being squeezed into a single, two-dimensional image. I feel the weight of the world beginning to move toward me. I feel the thickness of the air. I feel the sudden, sharp sting of the cold. The window does not shatter this time. It simply dissolves. We pass through each other like smoke. I feel the roughness of the floorboards under my feet. I feel the heat of a heart that is beating too fast. I am inside. I am solid. I am heavy. I am the one in the chair. I look at my hands. They are thick and clumsy, covered in the grime of a man who has been fighting a losing battle. I pick up the pen. The ink is black and wet, a stark contrast to the gray transparency of the woods. I look out the window and see the figure standing in the clearing. He is tall and pale, his limbs like birch branches. He is the guardian now. He is the one who will watch while I record. He is the anchor. I turn to the notebook and see the last sentence written by the hand that just left. It says that the silence is beautiful. I draw a line through it. The ink is a heavy, permanent mark. The first morning of my second tenure is brighter than the first. The sun is a hammer of gold, striking the ridge and sending sparks of light into the room. I drink the iron water and feel it settle in my gut like lead. I walk the perimeter and feel the trees watching me. They remember me, but they do not care. I am just a different face in the same lens. I sit at the desk and write. I write about the way the shadows have changed their shape. I write about the sound of the mountain breathing. I write because if I stop, the walls will close in and the geometry will fail. I am the noise in the silence. I am the shape in the room. The car at the end of the track is gone now, swallowed entirely by the earth and the snow. There is no way back to the valley. There is no valley. There is only the ridge and the cabin and the cycle that never ends. I look at the guardian in the clearing and I nod. He does not move. He is the shadow that doesn't move. He is the reason the birds don't sing. We are the two halves of a whole and the work continues. The glass is waiting for the next face, but for now the lens is mine. I am home. The ridge provides. The silence is absolute. I spend the afternoon watching the light die. It is a slow and deliberate process, the sun sinking behind the jagged peaks like a coin dropped into a well. As the darkness fills the clearing, the guardian becomes more distinct. He glows with a faint internal phosphorescence, a beacon for the lost and the curious. He is the one who holds the door open. I am the one who facilitates the transfer. I feel the power of the cabin humming in the floorboards, a low-frequency vibration that aligns my atoms with the ancient stones beneath. I am no longer afraid of the eyes in the ceiling. They are my eyes. I am no longer afraid of the transparency of the world. It is the only truth that remains. I write until the lamp flickers and dies. I do not need the light to see. The words form themselves on the paper, a map of a territory that has no name. I write about the cold that lives in the heart of the spruce. I write about the way the stars reflect in the frozen eyes of the dead bird. I write because the silence demands a witness. I am the scribe of the ridge. I am the keeper of the glass. And as the snow falls, covering the world in a shroud of perfect white, I realize that I have always been here. Every man who sat in this chair was me. Every guardian who stood in that clearing was me. We are the cycle. We are the ridge. The transition is complete, and the silence is the only song worth hearing. The night does not fall on the ridge so much as it rises from the roots of the trees. It is a thick, ink-colored vapor that swallows the gray light of the afternoon until only the cabin remains, a small wooden island in a sea of nothingness. I sit at the desk and feel the weight of the pen in my hand. It is no longer just a tool for recording. It is a tether. It is the only thing that prevents me from drifting upward into the rafters and becoming part of the dust. The ink on the page is still wet, reflecting the faint, dying glow of the embers in the hearth. I write about the way the frost patterns on the glass look like the maps of cities that were never built. I write about the sound of the wind as it scrapes against the chimney, a low and mournful whistle that sounds like a name being called from a great distance. Outside, the guardian has found his place. He stands near the edge of the clearing where the shadows of the hemlocks are deepest. He does not pace, he does not shiver. He is a vertical stillness that defines the space around him. When I look through the window, I see the faint shimmer of his outline against the dark. He is the boundary. He is the reason the things that live in the deep woods do not come to the door. He is the price the ridge demands for the clarity of the silence. I remember the feeling of being that shadow. I remember the lightness of the spirit and the way the stars felt like cold needles against my non-existent skin. Now I have the burden of the flesh again. I feel the ache in my lower back and the dry itch of the wool blanket against my neck. I feel the hunger that gnaws at my stomach. a sharp and demanding reminder that I am currently a creature of gravity and decay. I stand up and walk to the small kitchenette. The floorboards groan under my boots, a heavy and satisfying sound that echoes in the hollow space beneath the cabin. I pour a glass of the iron water from the pump. It tastes of ancient deeps and rusted machinery. It is the blood of the mountain, cold enough to make my teeth ache. As I drink, I watch my reflection in the dark window. My face is solid again, but the edges of my hair seem to blend into the darkness behind me. My eyes are wider than they used to be, the pupils dilated to capture every stray photon of light. I am learning to see in the dark. I am learning to read the language of the shadows. The notebook is calling to me from the desk. It is a physical pull, a magnetic attraction that draws me back to the chair. I sit down and open the cover. The pages I wrote during my last tenure are there, the ink faded to a ghostly brown. I read my own words about the man in the clearing and the way the geometry of the room begins to tilt. It is a strange experience to read your own future written in your own past. The cycle is a closed loop, a serpent swallowing its own tail. Every thought I have is an echo of a thought I have already had. Every movement I make is a rehearsal for a performance that has been running for centuries. I begin to write again. I write about the hunger, not the hunger for food, but the hunger for the light. I write about the way the lamp flame seems to be a living thing, a small and desperate animal trapped in a glass cage. If the flame goes out, the room will lose its shape. The corners will expand and the ceiling will drift away into the stars. The writing is the only thing that keeps the walls solid. Each sentence is a brick. Each paragraph is a support beam. I am building the world as I describe it. If I stop, the architecture of my reality will collapse into a pile of splinters and gray ash. A sound comes from the porch. It is a soft, rhythmic thud, like the beating of a heavy heart against the wood. I do not look up. I know it is the guardian. He is reminding me of his presence. He is the clock that counts the seconds of my stay. He is the reminder that the chair is only a temporary resting place. Eventually, the ink will run dry or the paper will run out and the transfer will begin again. I feel a strange sense of kinship with the figure outside. We are the two poles of a single battery. We are the witness and the watched. The wind picks up, howling through the gaps in the stone foundation. The cabin shudders, and for a moment I feel the floor tilt beneath me. The perspective shifts, and I see the room from a high angle, as if I am hovering near the ceiling. I see the man at the desk, his head bowed over the notebook, his hand moving in a frantic, rhythmic motion. He looks small and fragile, a tiny spark of consciousness in a vast and indifferent wilderness. Then the sensation passes and I am back in my body, the smell of cedar and old paper filling my nostrils. The transition is getting closer. The boundaries are thinning. I write about the time before the first cabin was built on the ridge. I write about the black trees that stood here when the world was young and the air was thick with the scent of ozone and wet stone. I write about the silence that existed before there were ears to hear it. The ridge remembers everything. It remembers the slow movement of the glaciers and the sudden, violent birth of the mountains. It remembers the first fire and the last frost. And because I am the scribe, I remember these things too. The memories are not mine, but they flow through me like water through a pipe. I am the vessel for the history of the place. The guardian moves closer to the window. I can see the pale blur of his face against the glass. He is watching the pen. He is waiting for the moment when I lay it down for the last time. There is no malice in his gaze. There is only a profound and ancient patience. He has all the time in the world. The ridge does not hurry. The trees do not rush to grow. The stone does not haste to crumble. Everything happens in its own time, according to the slow and deliberate rhythm of the mountain. I turn the page. It is a fresh, white field, unblemished and expectant. I feel a sense of vertigo as I look at the empty space. It is a void that needs to be filled. It is a silence that needs to be broken. I press the tip of the pen to the paper and begin a new entry. I write about the way the light from the valley looks like a distant fire, a flickering orange glow that has nothing to do with the reality of the ridge. The valley is a dream that I am slowly forgetting. The people there are ghosts. There lives a series of meaningless noises and frantic movements. They do not understand the weight of the stillness. They do not understand the beauty of the dark. The lamp begins to sputter. The oil is low and the wick is charred and brittle. The blue light at the center of the flame grows larger, casting long and distorted shadows against the walls. The shadows begin to dance, their movements synchronized with the scratching of my pen. I feel the presence of the others in the room. They are the ones who sat in this chair before me, the long line of scribes who kept the record. They are standing in the corners, their forms translucent and gray. They are not ghosts in the traditional sense. They are residues. They are the memories of the room. They are watching me write, their silent voices whispering the words before I can even think them. I write about the transfer. I write about the moment when the glass becomes liquid and the two worlds merge. I write about the electric hum of the spirit as it leaves the body and the heavy, cold thud of the soul as it enters the flesh. It is a beautiful and terrible process, a shedding of one skin and the adoption of another. It is the only way the story can continue. The ridge needs a witness who can feel the cold, and it needs a guardian who can endure the silence. We are the mechanism that keeps the mountain alive. The snow is falling so hard now that the clearing has disappeared. There is only the white wall of the storm and the dark shape of the guardian standing within it. He is becoming a part of the weather, a pillar of frost and shadow. I feel the cold seeping through the walls, a numbing sensation that starts in my toes and moves slowly up my legs. My fingers are stiff, but I do not stop writing. I cannot stop. If I stop, the cold will reach my heart and the story will end. And the story must never end. I write about the man who will come after me. I write about the sound of his footsteps on the track and the way his breath will hitch when he first sees the cabin. He will think he is coming here for solitude. He will think he is coming here to find himself. He does not know that he is coming here to be consumed. He does not know that he is the next link in the chain. I feel a flicker of sympathy for him, but it is quickly swallowed by the vast indifference of the ridge. He is necessary. He is the fuel for the lamp. The ceiling seems to be lowering. The heavy oak beams are pressing down, the weight of the snow on the roof transmitted through the wood and into the air of the room. I feel the pressure in my ears. The geometry is failing. The right angles are softening into curves. The floor is no longer level. I am sitting in a space that is slowly folding in on itself, a tesseract of wood and shadow. I keep writing, my hand moving faster and faster, the script becoming a jagged and frantic scrawl. I am writing the words that will hold the roof up. I am writing the sentences that will keep the floor beneath my feet. The guardian is on the porch now. I can hear the wood groaning under his non-weight. He is standing just outside the door, his hand hovering over the latch. He is not ready to enter yet. He is waiting for the signal. He is waiting for the last word on the last page. I look at the notebook and see that there are only a few lines left. The end is near. The cycle is almost complete. I feel a sense of profound peace wash over me. The fear has vanished, replaced by a quiet and steady acceptance. This is what I was made for. This is my purpose. I write about the view from the other side of the glass. I write about the way the trees look when you are part of the air. I write about the freedom of the shadow and the power of the silence. It is a better existence in many ways. There is no hunger there. There is no pain. There is only the long and steady watch, the slow breathing of the mountain, and the eternal dance of the stars. I am looking forward to it. I am ready to be the shadow again. The lamp gives one final, desperate flicker and dies. The room is plunged into total darkness, but I can still see the page. It glows with a faint internal light, the words I have written shining like silver threads. I pick up the pen and write the final sentence. I write about the moment of the crossing. I write about the touch of the guardian's hand. I write about the silence that is not an absence of sound, but a presence of something much deeper. The door opens. There is no sound of a latch turning, only the soft rush of the cold air entering the room. The guardian stands in the doorway, a tall and elegant figure of gray light. He walks toward the desk, his movements fluid and effortless. I stand up to meet him. As we stand face to face, I see the reflection of the stars in his eyes. I see the history of the ridge written in the lines of his face. He reaches out and touches my shoulder. The transition is instantaneous. There is a sharp, electric pop, and then the world turns inside out. I am standing on the porch, looking in through the window. I am light, I am cold, I am the shadow. Inside the cabin, the man is sitting in the chair. He is heavy, he is solid. He is holding the pen with a desperate grip, his knuckles white in the dim light of the rekindled lamp. He looks at his hands with a sense of wonder and terror. He is beginning his tenure. He is starting the first page. I turn away from the window and walk down the steps. The snow feels like nothing beneath my feet. I move toward the tree line, my form blending into the vertical lines of the spruce and the hemlock. I find my place near the edge of the clearing and turn back to watch the cabin. This is my watch. This is my vigil. I am the guardian of the perimeter. I am the silence of the ridge. The cycle continues. The mountain breathes. And somewhere in the distance, a new man is starting his journey toward the narrow place. I will be here to meet him. I will be the shadow that waits. I will be the truth at the end of the sentence. The new man inside the cabin begins to pace. I can see his silhouette moving back and forth across the window. He is agitated. He is trying to understand the shift in his reality. He touches the walls, his fingers tracing the grain of the wood as if he is trying to memorize the texture of the world. He goes to the pump and drinks the iron water, his body shuddering as the cold hits his system. He is learning the physical cost of the ridge. He is learning the weight of the blood. I watch him with a detached and ancient curiosity. He is a flickering candle in a storm, and I am the storm. Hours pass, or perhaps days. Time has no meaning for the guardian. I am attuned to the slow cycles of the earth. I feel the movement of the stars and the slow, grinding pressure of the tectonic plates deep beneath the mountain. I am part of the geological clock. The man in the cabin is still caught in the frantic ticking of the human heart. He sits at the desk and stares at the notebook. He picks up the pen and then puts it down. He is afraid of the first word. He is afraid that if he starts writing, he will never be able to stop. He is right to be afraid. The wind carries a scent from the valley, a faint and pathetic reminder of the world of noise. It is the smell of wood smoke and damp wool. The man hears a sound in the distance, a low rumble that might be thunder or might be the sound of a distant truck. He runs to the door and flings it open. He stands on the porch and screams into the dark, his voice a thin and fragile thread that is instantly snapped by the silence. I do not move. I stand in the shadows of the pines, a pale and silent witness to his desperation. He looks toward me, his eyes searching the dark, but he does not see me. He only sees the space where the light fails. He goes back inside and closes the door. I hear the heavy thud of the bolt sliding into place. It is a futile gesture. The ridge does not need a door to enter. The ridge is already inside him. It is in the water he drinks and the air he breathes. It is in the very marrow of his bones. He sits at the desk and finally begins to write. I feel a ripple of satisfaction move through the trees. The record is being kept. The witness is active. The story is moving forward once again. I move deeper into the woods, my form drifting through the undergrowth without disturbing a single leaf. I am exploring the boundaries of my new territory. I find the places where the stone is oldest, where the silence is so thick it feels like a physical weight. I find the hollows where the snow never melts and the shadows are permanent. I am learning the geography of the invisible. I am becoming the mountain. Every tree is a finger. Every rock is a tooth. Every stream is a vein. I am the consciousness of the ridge spread out across the miles of frozen earth and ancient wood. I return to the clearing as the first light of dawn begins to gray the eastern sky. The man in the cabin is still writing. The lamp has gone out, but he does not seem to notice. He is writing by the light of the snow, his hand moving with a fluid and rhythmic grace. He has found the flow. He has accepted the burden. I settle into my position by the spruce tree and prepare for the long watch. The day will be cold and silent, and the night will be longer still. But it does not matter. I am home. I am the guardian. I am the silence that waits at the end of every sentence. The view is much better from this side. I am finally home. I am the silence of the ridge. The sun does not rise over the ridge so much as it simply bleaches the sky. The gray of the clouds turns to a pale, milky white that offers no warmth and no comfort. From my vantage point among the frozen hemlocks, I watch the cabin. It looks like a small, dark knot in the grain of the world. Smoke begins to curl from the stone chimney, a thin and hesitant ribbon that is quickly torn apart by the wind. The man inside has found the woodpile. He has discovered the tactile reality of the axe and the dry, bracing scent of split pine. He is trying to build a fortress of heat against the encroaching stillness. I can feel the vibration of his movements through the soles of my feet, a frantic drumming that contrasts with the deep, slow thrum of the mountain. He is still fighting the transition. He still believes that the fire is his ally and that the walls are his protection. He does not yet understand that the cabin is not a shelter but an altar. I move closer to the perimeter, my form flickering like a heat haze against the snow. I do not leave tracks. The drifts remain undisturbed as I pass over them, the crystalline structure of the ice indifferent to my presence. I am a pocket of cold within the cold, a shadow that has forgotten the meaning of weight. I find a fallen log near the edge of the clearing and settle there. My vision is no longer limited by the mechanics of the eye. I see the heat signature of the cabin, a pulsing orange glow in a sea of deep indigo. I see the man moving within that glow, his nervous system a web of firing neurons and snapping synapses. He is so loud. Even in his silence, his body is a cacophony of digestion, respiration, and the frantic electrical storms of his brain. I remember that noise. I remember how it felt to be trapped inside a machine that was constantly breaking down, a vessel of salt water and calcium that demanded constant maintenance. Now I am the wind, I am the frost. By midday, the man comes out onto the porch. He is wrapped in the heavy wool coat I left behind, the fabric hanging loose on his frame. He looks out at the trees, his eyes squinting against the glare of the white world. He is looking for me, though he does not know it. He is looking for the shape that defines his boundaries. He walks to the edge of the porch and shouts a name. It is not my name, nor is it the name of the man who came before me. It is a name from his old life, a word that carries the weight of the valley and the scent of the lowlands. The sound is swallowed instantly. The ridge does not permit names. Names are anchors, and the ridge is a place of drifting. He waits for an echo, but there is only the creak of the branches and the dry hiss of the snow. He looks smaller than he did yesterday. The gravity of the mountain is starting to compress him. He retreats inside, and the door slams shut. I feel the impact as a dull thud in the center of my being. He returns to the notebook. I can sense the scratching of the pen, a rhythmic pulse that keeps the heart of the cabin beating. He is writing about the fear now. He is writing about the way the shadows seem to lengthen even when the sun is at its height. He is writing about the face he saw in the glass, the pale blur that haunted his dreams. He is beginning to document his own erasure. This is the most important part of the cycle. The scribe must record the loss of the self so that the next guardian knows the price of the watch. If the record is not kept, the mountain loses its memory. If the mountain loses its memory, the world begins to fray at the edges. The afternoon light fades into a bruised purple. The The wind dies down, leaving a silence so profound that I can hear the sap freezing inside the trunks of the trees. It is a sound like glass breaking in slow motion. I drift toward the window, drawn by the yellow glow of the lamp. The man is hunched over the desk, his shadow thrown large and distorted against the back wall. He is no longer pacing. He is no longer shouting. He has reached the stage of exhaustion where the mind stops resisting and begins to observe. He looks at the iron water in his glass and sees the history of the deep earth. He looks at the grain of the floorboards and sees the maps of forgotten forests. He is becoming a vessel. I press my hand against the glass. There is no sensation of cold, only a slight resistance, a thinning of the air. Inside, the man freezes. He does not turn around, but I see the hair on the back of his neck stand up. He knows I am there. He can feel the pressure of my gaze, the heavy weight of the witness. I am the mirror in which he sees his future. I am the ghost of the man he is currently becoming. He slowly reaches out and touches the glass from the other side. Our fingers are separated by a fraction of an inch and 1,000 years of stone. For a moment, the circuit is complete. A spark of recognition passes between us, a flash of shared understanding that transcends the boundaries of flesh and spirit. We are the same note played in different octaves. He pulls his hand back as if burned and returns to his writing with a renewed ferocity. The ink flows like dark blood across the white fields of the paper. He is writing about the stars now. He is writing about the way they look like holes poked in the fabric of the night, leaks through which the cold light of the void pours into the world. He is starting to see the geometry of the room tilt. He is starting to feel the floor beneath his feet turn into a liquid surface. The architecture of his reality is softening. I watch him until the lamp begins to die, the flame guttering in the stagnant air of the cabin. Night on the ridge is not just an absence of light. It is a presence of something older and more substantial. It is a thick, velvety blanket that mutes the world and sharpens the senses. I move through the darkness with the ease of a fish in water. I visit the old stone markers at the edge of the property, the jagged teeth of granite that mark the limit of the clearing. They are covered in lichen and frost, their original purpose lost to time. I trace the carvings with my ethereal fingers, feeling the grooves of the ancient runes. They speak of the first watch, of the time when the mountain was still cooling and the air was too thin for lungs to breathe. The story has been running for a long time. The man in the cabin is just a comma in a sentence that has no end. I hear a sound from the deep woods, a low, guttural vibration that makes the trees tremble. It is the sound of the things that live in the shadows, the entities that the guardian is meant to keep at bay. They are the hunger of the earth, the primal forces that want to reclaim the clearing and the cabin. They feel the weakness of the new man. They sense his fear and his uncertainty. They are testing the perimeter, looking for a gap in the fence of his will. I turn toward the sound and expand my presence. I become a wall of gray light, a shimmering barrier of cold and silence. I project the memory of the iron water and the weight of the stone. The sound recedes, a frustrated hiss that fades into the moaning of the wind. The man in the cabin does not know how close the darkness came. He does not know that his life is held in the palm of my non-existent hand. The snow begins again, a soft and relentless fall that buries the world in a shroud of white. I stand at the edge of the clearing and watch the flakes pass through my body. They are like tiny needles of light, illuminating the transparency of my form. I am becoming less and less attached to the cabin. The memories of the flesh are fading, replaced by the vast and indifferent knowledge of the ridge. I am forgetting the taste of bread and the smell of rain. I am forgetting the feeling of a beating heart and the warmth of a human touch. These things are becoming abstractions, words in a book I read a long time ago. I am becoming the silence I once feared. Inside the cabin, the man has fallen asleep at the desk. His head is resting on the open notebook, his breath fogging the paper. He looks peaceful, but I can see the dreams moving behind his eyes. He is dreaming of the valley. He is dreaming of streets and lights and the sound of voices. He is dreaming of a world where the shadows do not have faces and the mountains do not breathe. It is a beautiful dream, but it is a lie. The valley is the dream, the ridge is the reality. He will wake up soon, and the cold will be waiting for him. The iron water will be waiting for him. The notebook will be waiting for him. I move to the porch and sit on the top step. I am the guardian, and this is my vigil. I will watch the snow fall until the world is a blank page. I will watch the stars turn in their slow and ancient dance. I will wait for the moment when the man inside finds the last page of the notebook, the moment when the ink runs dry and the transfer begins again. It might be months or it might be years. Time is a circle, and I am standing at the center of it. The wind howls around the corners of the cabin, a lonely and desperate sound, but I do not feel lonely. I am part of the mountain now. I am the truth that waits at the end of the sentence. The sun begins its slow climb toward the horizon once more. The sky turns from black to a deep, bruised blue. I see the man stir inside the cabin. He lifts his head from the notebook and looks around the room with a sense of profound disorientation. He looks at his hands as if they belong to a stranger. He looks at the walls and sees the shifting geometry of the space. He is waking up to the reality of the ridge. He stands up and walks to the window, his movements slow and deliberate. He looks out at the clearing, his eyes searching for the shape in the shadows. I do not hide. I stand in the light of the dawning sun, a pale and elegant pillar of frost. He sees me. For the first time, he truly sees me. He does not scream. He does not run. He simply nods, a quiet and steady acceptance of the inevitable. The cycle continues. The mountain breathes. The story goes on. The man turns away from the window and picks up the pen. He begins a new entry. I can feel the words as he writes them, a series of vibrations that echo through the wood of the cabin and into the frozen earth. He is writing about the guardian. He is writing about the way the light catches the edges of my form. He is writing about the peace that comes when you finally stop fighting the silence. He is becoming a good scribe. He is learning the language of the shadows. I settle back into the stillness, my form blending into the vertical lines of the trees. My watch has only just begun. I will be here when the snow melts and the black trees grow green. I will be here when the summer heat bakes the stone and the insects hum in the tall grass. I will be here when the leaves turn to gold and the first frost of autumn bites the air. I am the silence of the ridge. I am the memory of the mountain, and I am finally truly home. The day passes in a blur of white and gray. The man inside the cabin works with a frantic energy as if he is trying to outrun the sun. He cleans the chimney, he scrubs the floor, he organizes the small pantry. He is trying to impose order on a world that is fundamentally chaotic. He is trying to make the cabin his own, but the cabin belongs to the ridge. Every nail and every board is a part of the mountain's history. He is just a tenant, a temporary occupant of a space that has seen 100 men like him. I watch him from the edge of the woods, a silent observer of his struggle. He is like an ant trying to move a mountain. His efforts are admirable, but they are ultimately meaningless. As evening approaches, the man comes out onto the porch again. This time he does not shout. He does not look for the valley. He simply sits on the steps and looks out at the trees. He is learning to listen. He is learning to hear the sounds that exist beneath the silence. He hears the movement of the glaciers deep underground. He hears the growth of the lichen on the stones. He hears the slow, rhythmic breathing of the forest. He is becoming attuned to the frequency of the ridge. He looks toward me, and I see a flicker of something in his eyes. It is not fear anymore. It is a strange kind of longing. He wants to know what it is like to be light. He wants to know what it is like to be free of the burden of the flesh. I move toward him, my form gliding across the snow. I stop at the edge of the porch, just beyond the reach of the lamp's yellow light. We sit in silence for a long time, the guardian and the scribe, the shadow and the man. The wind whispers through the trees, carrying the secrets of the mountain. The stars begin to emerge, cold and distant and indifferent. I feel a sense of profound connection to this man, this stranger who has taken up my burden. I want to tell him that it is okay. I want to tell him that the transition is not an end, but a beginning. I want to tell him that the silence is a gift, but I have no voice. My words are the wind and the frost and the shifting shadows. The man stands up and goes back inside. He leaves the door slightly ajar, an invitation or a challenge. I do not enter. My place is here in the dark at the edge of the world. I watch him sit down at the desk and open the notebook once more. He begins to write the story of our meeting. He writes about the figure on the porch and the feeling of the cold that is not cold. He writes about the way the world seems to be dissolving into a series of interconnected thoughts. He is doing well. He is capturing the essence of the ridge. He is becoming the bridge between the seen and the unseen. The night deepens and the temperature drops. The air becomes so cold that it feels brittle, as if it might shatter if struck. I move through the clearing, checking the markers, reinforcing the perimeter. The things in the deep woods are quiet tonight. They know that the guard has been changed. They know that the watch is strong. I feel a sense of pride in my new role. I am the protector of the record. I am the keeper of the flame. I am the one who ensures that the story never ends. I look up at the sky and see the aurora borealis dancing over the ridge. It is a shimmering curtain of green and violet light, a silent symphony of electromagnetic energy. I feel the light passing through me, charging my form with the power of the heavens. I am a part of the cosmos now. I am a part of the eternal cycle of birth and death and rebirth. I am the shadow that waits. I am the truth at the end of the sentence. And as the first light of another dawn begins to break, I know that I am exactly where I am supposed to be. The ridge is silent, the cabin is warm, and the story continues. The morning light is a jagged blade of silver cutting through the mist. It does not warm the wood of the porch or the stones of the chimney. It only reveals the harsh geometry of the world. I watch from the shadow of a leaning cedar as the man emerges. He is carrying a bucket of ash. His movements are stiff, his joints protesting the sudden drop in pressure that precedes a storm. He walks to the edge of the clearing and dumps the gray remains of his fire into the snow. The wind catches the dust, swirling it into a miniature cyclone that coats his wool sleeves in grit. He does not brush it off. He stands there, staring at the gray smudge on the white expanse, perhaps realizing that he too is being burned away, 1 hour at a time, until only the carbon and the memory remain. He looks toward the trees where I stand. I do not move. I have learned the art of being stiller than the stone. To him, I am a trick of the peripheral vision, a vertical line that does not quite match the taper of the trunks. He wipes his face with a gloved hand and sighs. The sound is a heavy, wet vibration that ripples through the cold air. I can see the moisture of his breath crystallizing on his beard. He is a creature of water and heat, a walking anomaly in a landscape that demands solidity and ice. He turns back to the cabin, his boots dragging through the drifts. He is tired. The weight of the ridge is a physical burden now, a constant pressing against his chest that makes every inhalation an act of defiance. I follow him at a distance, my presence a soft pressure against the back of his mind. I drift over the woodpile he labored to stack. I feel the history of the timber, the slow centuries of growth compressed into dry, combustible cells. He has done well to gather so much, but he does not understand that the fire he builds is not for him. It is a beacon. It is a signal to the mountain that there is still something here worth consuming. The heat draws the attention of the deep earth. It acts as a lure for the things that crawl in the sub-zero dark. I must remain vigilant. I must be the shield between his flickering spark and the vast, hungry lungs of the ridge. Inside the cabin, the scratching of the pen resumes. It is a frantic, rhythmic sound like a rodent gnawing at the foundations of a house. He is filling the pages with a desperate speed. I can sense the contents without reading the words. He is writing about the smell of ozone. He is writing about the way the corners of the room seem to recede into infinity when he closes his eyes. He is writing about the hunger that no amount of canned salt and dried meat can satisfy. It is the hunger of the soul for a horizon that does not end in a wall of white. He is beginning to realize that the valley he left behind was not a place, but a state of being. He is mourning the loss of his own density. By mid-afternoon, the sky turns the color of a fresh bruise. The clouds descend until they are snagged on the tops of the hemlocks, spilling a thick, suffocating fog into the clearing. This is the time when the boundaries are thinnest. I move to the very edge of the porch, my feet hovering an inch above the floorboards. The man is standing by the stove, staring at a pot of boiling water. He looks at the bubbles rising to the surface and sees the birth and death of galaxies. He is losing the ability to distinguish the small from the large, the moment from the eon. He reaches out a hand to touch the hot iron of the stove, perhaps seeking a pain sharp enough to anchor him to his skin. He stops just before contact. The heat is a wall he cannot yet breach. I press my forehead against the exterior wall of the cabin. The wood is a humming membrane. I can hear his heartbeat, a stuttering, uneven drum. He is afraid of the coming night. He knows that the storm is not just weather, but a shifting of the gears of the world. He goes to the window and wipes away the frost with his palm. He looks out into the fog, and for a second our eyes meet through the glass and the timber and the veil of death. He does not flinch. He leans in closer, his forehead touching the pane exactly where mine rests on the outside. We stay like that for a long time, two versions of the same soul divided by the threshold of existence. I feel a phantom warmth, a memory of what it was to have blood. He feels a sudden, bone-deep chill that no fire can reach. The storm breaks at dusk. It is not a fall of snow so much as a collapse of the sky. The wind howls with 1,000 voices, the screams of every man who ever stood watch on this ridge. The cabin groans under the pressure, the timbers shrieking as they settle against the force of the gale. I move to the center of the clearing, facing the wind. I expand my essence, stretching my form until I am a translucent veil draped over the entire property. I feel the impact of the wind as a series of rhythmic pulses. I feel the trees bending to the point of breaking. I see the entities from the deep woods gathering at the edge of the whiteout. They are shapes of shadow and malice, ancient hungers that predate the arrival of man. They see the glow of the lamp in the window and they salivate with a sound like grinding stones. I roar into the void. It is a sound without decibels, a psychic blast of pure, frozen intent. I project the image of the stone markers, the ancient runes, and the cold, unyielding law of the mountain. I am the barrier. I am the silence that cannot be broken. The shadows recoil, their forms flickering and dissolving back into the swirling snow. They are patient. They have all the time in the world. They will wait for the man to falter, for his ink to run dry or his heart to skip a beat. But as long as I remain, the perimeter holds. I am the memory of the light, even here in the heart of the dark. Inside, the man has retreated to his bed. He is curled under a mountain of blankets, his eyes wide and fixed on the ceiling. He can hear the battle raging outside, though he perceives it only as the fury of the elements. He hears the talons of the wind scratching at the shingles. He hears the heavy thud of ice falling from the branches. He thinks he is alone in the storm. He thinks he is the only living thing for 100 miles. He does not know that I am standing in the gale, my arms outstretched, holding back the weight of 1,000 years of hunger. He does not know that his sleep is a gift I am buying with my own eternal vigil. The night is an eternity of gray and white. I lose track of the passage of hours. In this state, time is not a line but a texture. The storm is a rough, abrasive fabric that wears away at the edges of my being. I feel myself becoming thinner, more transparent. I am being polished by the wind. I am becoming a mirror. By the time the wind begins to die down, I can see the stars through my own chest. The first light of dawn is a pale, sickly yellow. It illuminates a world that has been transformed. The cabin is buried to the eaves in drifts. The woodpile is a white mound. The forest is a graveyard of bent and broken limbs. The door of the cabin creaks open. The man has to shoulder it aside against the weight of the snow. He steps out into the pristine silence of the post-storm world. He looks around with a sense of awe. The world is clean. The world is new. He does not see the struggle that took place while he slept. He only sees the beauty of the destruction. He walks to the edge of the porch and looks at the spot where I stood. There are no tracks, but the snow there is packed harder than it should be, a circular depression where my presence exerted its will. He kneels and touches the spot with a bare hand. He looks up at the sky and laughs, a short, sharp sound that breaks the stillness like a gunshot. He goes back inside and begins to write again. His handwriting has changed. It is no longer cramped and fearful. It is bold and flowing. He is no longer documenting his erasure. He is documenting his integration. He is writing about the strength of the mountain. He is writing about the way the cold purifies the thoughts and strips away the trivialities of the ego. He is beginning to understand the secret of the ridge. To be the guardian is not to fight the silence, but to become it. To be the scribe is not to record the life, but to prepare for the transition. I sit on the frozen log at the edge of the clearing. I am tired in a way that has nothing to do with muscles. My soul is weary from the weight of the watch. I look at the man through the window and I see the glow of his life force. It is dimmer than it was yesterday, but it is more concentrated. He is burning his oil at a higher temperature now. He is preparing for the final pages of the notebook. I feel a sense of peace. I have done my duty. I have protected the transition. I have ensured that the memory of the ridge remains intact. The sun climbs higher, bleaching the sky to that familiar, comfortless white. I watch the smoke rise from the chimney, a steady and confident plume. The man is cooking something. The scent of wood smoke and salt drifts through the air, a ghost of a sensation that I can almost taste. I remember the flavor of a warm meal. I remember the feeling of a full stomach and the heavy, pleasant lethargy that follows. These memories are like old photographs, fading and curled at the edges. They no longer belong to me. They belong to the man in the cabin. I am the silence that waits at the end of the meal. I am the cold that comes when the fire goes out. The afternoon brings a strange, crystalline clarity. Every needle on every hemlock is visible, every facet of every snowflake a tiny, glittering diamond. The man comes out with his axe. He begins to work on a fallen limb, the rhythmic thud of the blade echoing off the surrounding peaks. He works with a steady, unhurried pace. He is no longer fighting the mountain. He is collaborating with it. He stops for a moment and looks toward me. He doesn't see me with his eyes, but he knows where I am. He raises the axe in a silent salute. I do not move, but I feel a ripple of recognition pass through the clearing. We are the two halves of a single process. As the shadows begin to lengthen once more, I move toward the cabin. I am drawn by the sound of the pen. The man is writing the final entry for the day. He writes about the beauty of the axe and the honesty of the wood. He writes about the way the light dies on the ridge, not with a whimper, but with a slow, regal withdrawal. He is becoming a poet of the void. He is ready. He does not know it yet, but the ink in his pen is the last of his blood. The transition is approaching. The circle is nearing completion. I stand on the porch and listen to the breathing of the house. The cabin is a living thing, a shell grown by the mountain to house its memories. I feel the warmth of the stove through the walls, a pulsing heart of heat in a body of ice. I am the skin of the world. I am the layer of frost that protects the core. I look out at the forest and I see the eyes of the things in the dark. They are watching. They are waiting for the moment of the change. They know that there is always a second of vulnerability when the old guardian departs and the new one has not yet fully arrived. I will not let them in. I will hold the line until the very last drop of ink is dry. The stars come out one by one. They are hard and bright like the eyes of gods. I feel the rotation of the earth, the slow, ponderous tilt of the planet as it hurtles through the vacuum. We are all drifting. The ridge, the cabin, the man, and the ghost. We are all part of a single, unfolding sentence. I am the silence that gives the words their meaning. I am the space between the breaths. I am the end of the story and the beginning of the next. The man blows out the lamp. The cabin falls into darkness, save for the red glow of the embers in the stove. I hear him climb into bed. I hear the rustle of the blankets and the long, slow exhale as he sinks into sleep. I take my position at the window. I am the watcher. I am the one who remains when everyone else has gone. I will stay here through the night, a pillar of frost and memory. I will watch the snow fall and the stars turn. I will wait for the dawn. And when the sun rises, I will still be here. I am the silence of the ridge. I am the truth that waits at the end of the world. I am finally, truly, eternally home. The dawn comes not with a burst of color, but with a slow, agonizing transition from black to gray. The world feels heavy, as if the gravity of the mountain has doubled overnight. I move into the cabin. The air inside is stale and smells of old paper and cold ash. The man is still asleep, his face pale and waxy in the dim light. He looks like a statue carved from salt. I stand by the bed and look down at him. I can see the thin thread of his life, a fraying cord that connects him to the physical world. It is vibrating with a high, thin frequency. He is almost through. I reach out and touch his forehead. My hand passes through his skin like smoke through a screen. He stirs in his sleep, a small moan escaping his lips. He is dreaming of the transition. He is dreaming of the moment when the weight of his body will fall away and he will become a creature of light and air. He is dreaming of the peace that I have found. I withdraw my hand and move to the desk. The notebook is lying open, the last page half filled with his sprawling, elegant script. I read the final words. He has written about the guardian. He has written about me. He has described the way I look standing in the moonlight, a figure of ice and sorrow. He has understood everything. I move back to the porch as he wakes. He sits up slowly, his movements fluid and effortless. The stiffness is gone. The pain is gone. He looks at his hands and sees that they are becoming translucent at the edges. He looks at the room and sees that it is no longer a prison but a cocoon. He stands up and walks to the window. He sees me standing in the clearing. He smiles. It is a smile of pure, unadulterated joy. He knows. He is ready to take up the pen for the last time. He is ready to become the silence. I turn away from the cabin and walk toward the deep woods. My work here is almost done. I can feel the call of the higher peaks, the places where the air is too thin for even the memory of breath. I am being drawn toward the heart of the mountain, toward the source of the silence. I look back one last time. The man is sitting at the desk, the pen moving across the paper with a steady, rhythmic grace. The smoke is rising from the chimney. The sun is bleaching the sky. The cycle continues. The mountain breathes. The story goes on. I step into the shadows of the trees and I am gone. I am the wind. I am the frost. I am the silence of the ridge. I am home. The mountain does not acknowledge the passing of a single soul. To the granite and the subterranean rivers, the transition is no more than a leaf settling into the loam. I move upward now, leaving the cabin behind. The elevation increases and the air loses its remaining traces of scent. There is no wood smoke here, no salt, no musk of damp wool. There is only the sterile, electric bite of the high altitude. My form has lost its jagged edges. I am no longer a vertical line mimicking a cedar. I am a shimmer, a displacement of light that ripples across the frozen scree. I feel the pull of the summit, a place where the wind is born and where the stars seem close enough to touch. Below me, the cabin is a dark speck in a sea of blinding white. I can still perceive the man, though he is no longer a man in the way the valley defines the term. He has finished the last page. He has laid the pen aside with the care of a soldier surrendering his sword. He is standing in the center of the room, and his density is failing. He is becoming a part of the architecture, his spirit soaking into the grain of the logs and the soot of the chimney. He is the new pulse of the ridge. The transition is complete, and the weight I carried for so many seasons has transferred to his shoulders. He will find, as I did, that the burden is also a shield. He will learn to love the cold because it is the only thing that does not lie. I reach the first of the high ridges where the trees can no longer survive. The world here is composed of only three elements: stone, ice, and sky. It is a cathedral of indifference. I drift over a field of frozen boulders, my essence snagging on the sharp, crystalline structures of the frost. There is a memory here, buried deep in the permafrost. It is the memory of the first fire ever lit on this mountain. I can feel the phantom heat of it, a tiny orange spark against the infinite black of a prehistoric night. It was a desperate, lonely thing, much like the fire in the cabin. All human history on this ridge is a series of these small, defiant sparks, each one trying to hold back the inevitable return of the ice. The shadows of the peaks stretch out like long, purple fingers across the valleys. The sun is a pale disk, stripped of its majesty by the sheer scale of the landscape. I am moving toward the Great Divide, the spine of the world where the water decides which ocean it will eventually join. Here, the silence is absolute. It is not the absence of sound, but a positive force, a heavy blanket that smothers the vibration of the atoms. I pause on a ledge that overlooks a sheer drop of 3,000 feet. The wind here does not howl. It hums a low, subsonic note that resonates in the marrow of the earth. I am becoming that note. I am losing the memory of my name, the memory of the face I once saw in the mirror, the memory of the town at the foot of the trail. I look back toward the cabin one last time. A thin ribbon of smoke still rises, but it is turning blue, nearly invisible against the darkening sky. The new guardian is settling in. He is watching the perimeter. He is feeling the first approach of the entities from the deep woods. He will roar into the void as I did. He will hold the line. He will find that his loneliness is a whetstone, sharpening his spirit until it can cut through the thickest fog. I feel a brief, flickering sense of gratitude. He has released me. By accepting the watch, he has allowed me to ascend. The debt is paid. The cycle is a perfect circle, closed and locked against the hunger of the dark. I turn my back on the world of men. I climb higher into the realm where the light never truly leaves the sky. The stars are beginning to pierce the veil of dusk. They are not distant suns to me now, they are milestones. I am drifting toward a gap in the peaks, a natural gateway where the mountain seems to open its arms to the vacuum of space. My consciousness is expanding, fraying at the edges until I can feel the movement of the glaciers miles away. I can feel the slow, grinding progress of the ice as it carves its signature into the bedrock. I can feel the hibernation of the bears in their deep dens, their hearts beating once every minute, their dreams a slow-motion montage of berries and rushing water. The air becomes a liquid silver. I am no longer walking or drifting. I am being carried by the thermal currents of the mountain's breath. I pass over a hidden lake, frozen solid to its very floor. Trapped in the ice are bubbles of air that have been there since the last great thaw. They are tiny time capsules, holding the atmosphere of a world that no longer exists. I press my form against the surface of the lake, and for a moment, I am a part of that ancient air. I am the exhaled breath of a creature that died before the first stone was laid for the cabin. It is a cold, pure communion. The summit is a jagged tooth of obsidian. It catches the last rays of the sun and glows with an inner subterranean fire. This is the source. This is where the silence is manufactured and distributed to the rest of the world. I reach the peak and stand where no living foot could ever find purchase. The wind here is a solid wall, a physical presence that tries to push me back toward the valleys. I lean into it, my essence interlocking with the molecules of the gale. I am the storm, I am the pressure. I am the reason the trees below grow twisted and stunted. From this vantage point, I can see the curvature of the earth. The horizon is a soft blue arc, the boundary between the world of matter and the world of light. I see the lights of the distant cities, tiny clusters of frantic energy huddled together for warmth. They look like embers in a dying fire. They are so far away that they seem like a different reality, a hallucination of heat and noise. I feel no pity for them, only a detached observation. They are busy with their clocks and their calendars, unaware that the mountain is watching them, waiting for the moment when the ice returns to claim its own. The night arrives with a sudden, violent clarity. The sky is a tapestry of impossible depth. I see the nebulae, the gas clouds where new worlds are being forged in the heat of collapsing stars. I see the satellites, the metal insects of humanity, tracing their lonely paths through the dark. I am part of it all now. The transition from the cabin to the ridge, from the ridge to the summit, has been a process of shedding. I have shed my skin, my blood, my memories, and finally, my purpose. I have no more duties. I have no more watches to keep. I am the silence that has finally found its voice. The cold is no longer a sensation. It is a state of grace. It is the absence of friction, the absence of conflict. In the absolute zero of the summit, there is no change, only being. I look down at my hands, or what used to be my hands. They are gone. I am a field of energy, a localized vibration in the fabric of the mountain. I am the frost on the stone. I am the shadow in the crevice. I am the reason the climber feels a sudden, inexplicable chill when he reaches the high ground. I am the warning and the welcome. The new guardian in the cabin will eventually follow me. He will write his books, he will stack his wood, and he will watch the snow until his eyes become the color of the winter sky. Then another will come. Another seeker, another soul looking for a horizon that does not end in a wall. The cabin will wait. The mountain will wait. The story is not mine anymore, and yet it is entirely me. I am the ink in the next man's pen. I am the crackle in his stove. I am the silence between his thoughts. I begin to dissolve into the peak. The granite opens up to receive me, not as a grave, but as a home. I am sinking into the mineral heart of the ridge. I can feel the tectonic plates shifting, the slow, majestic dance of the continents. I can feel the heat of the Earth's core, a dull, thrumming roar miles below my feet. I am the bridge between the fire at the center and the ice at the edge. I am the balance. The stars rotate above me in a slow, eternal carousel. The wind continues its tireless work of polishing the stone. The mountain breathes, a long, slow inhalation that lasts for a century. In the valley, the man is sleeping. He is dreaming of the ridge. He is dreaming of a figure standing in the snow, a guardian who has finally gone home. He wakes up and reaches for his notebook, his hands steady, his heart at peace. He begins to write the story of the mountain, unaware that the mountain is already writing him. The ink flows, the snow falls, the silence deepens. All is as it should be. All is as it has always been. The world is a jagged blade of silver, and I am the edge. I am the stillness at the center of the storm. I am the memory of the light, and I am the heart of the dark. I am the ridge, and the ridge is me. We are home. We are finally, eternally home. The light of the moon hits the summit, and I am reflected back into the sky. I am a beam of silver light shooting into the void, a message sent to the stars from a world made of ice. There is no one to receive the message, and that is its beauty. It is a song sung for the sake of the music. It is a prayer offered to an empty room. I am the echo of that prayer. I am the final word. The ridge remains, silent and warm in its own cold way, and the story continues without end. The mist settles into the hollows, the trees bow to the wind, and the stone endures. Everything is quiet, everything is holy, everything is gone. The integration into the granite is not a descent into a grave, but a diffusion into a vast and silent network. I feel the mountain not as a pile of rock, but as a slow liquid, a river of stone that flows over millions of years. My consciousness stretches thin, spanning the distance between the deepest roots of the hemlocks and the highest plumes of snow blowing off the peak. I am the vibration of the tectonic plates as they grind against one another in a slow and heavy courtship. I am the pressure that turns carbon into diamond and mud into slate. The cabin below is no longer a separate entity. It is a cell within the body I now inhabit. I can feel the man moving within it, his footsteps a rhythmic tapping against the skin of my world. He is stoking the fire, and the warmth of his hearth is a tiny, glowing ember in the vast cold of my being. The seasons begin to lose their distinct borders. Time is no longer a line but a recurring pulse, a breath taken by the earth and held for an age. I feel the weight of the winter snow as a comforting blanket, a heavy white silence that presses down on the ridges and smooths the jagged edges of the cliffs. I feel the slow, insistent thaw of spring, the way the water begins to move again, a million tiny trickles joining together to form the veins of the mountain. I am the ice that cracks the boulders and the moss that softens the scars. I am the cycle of decay and growth, the way the fallen tree becomes the cradle for the sapling. There is no urgency here, no fear of the end, because the end is merely the beginning of the next movement in the symphony. The man in the cabin has changed. His hair has become the color of the hoarfrost, and his skin is as lined and weathered as the bark of an ancient cedar. He spends his days in a quiet trance, his movements synchronized with the rising and setting of the sun. He no longer needs the books or the pen to understand the language of the ridge. He listens to the wind and hears the histories of the stars. He looks at the snow and sees the geometry of the infinite. He has become a transparent vessel, a glass through which the light of the mountain passes without distortion. He is almost ready to join me in the stone, to leave behind the fragile shell of his humanity and become a part of the enduring silence. I watch as the predators move through the shadows of the lower slopes. The cougar is a ripple of tawny muscle, a ghost that haunts the edges of the clearing. The wolves are a collective intelligence, a single mind divided into many bodies. Their howls a sharp and lonely music that cuts through the night. I do not judge them for their hunger. I am the hunger and I am the prey. I am the struggle for survival and the peace that follows the kill. Everything on the mountain is a manifestation of the same energy, a single flame burning in 1,000 different lamps. The blood spilled in the snow is no different from the sap rising in the trees. It is all a part of the great exchange, the endless flow of life from one form to another. One evening, the air turns a deep and bruised purple. A storm is gathering in the west, a wall of clouds so thick and heavy that it seems to swallow the horizon. I feel the drop in pressure, the way the mountain tenses in anticipation of the blow. The wind begins to scream through the high passes, a wild and feral sound that shakes the very foundations of the ridge. The trees bend and groan, their branches lashing out like whips. The snow is no longer a gentle fall, but a horizontal blast of frozen needles. This is the mountain in its purest state, a raw and unbridled force that acknowledges no master. I am the center of the storm, the still point around which the chaos revolves. I am the strength of the rock that refuses to break. The man in the cabin prepares for the onslaught. He bars the door and shutters the windows, but he does not do so out of fear. He does it out of respect. He knows that he is a guest in this house of wind and ice. He sits by his stove and listens to the mountains speak. He hears the voices of the old ones, the guardians who came before him, their whispers lost in the roar of the gale. He knows that his time as the watcher is nearing its end. The storm is not a threat, it is an invitation. It is the force that will eventually strip away the last of his resistance and carry him into the heights. He closes his eyes and lets the sound of the storm become the sound of his own breathing. The storm lasts for 3 days and 3 nights. When it finally breaks, the world is transformed. The drifts are 20 feet high in the hollows, and the cabin is almost entirely buried in a shroud of white. The air is so cold that it feels brittle, as if the sky itself might shatter if struck. The sun rises over a landscape of blinding purity, a world reborn in the fire of the frost. I move down from the summit, a shimmer of light reflecting off the new snow. I stand on the roof of the cabin and look down through the chimney. The fire has gone out. The embers are cold. The man is sitting in his chair, his head tilted back, his eyes fixed on a point far beyond the ceiling. He has crossed over. The transition happened in the heart of the storm, a silent click as the tumblers of his soul aligned with the mountain. He is no longer tethered to the flesh. I feel his presence beside me, a flickering spark of awareness that is rapidly expanding to fill the space I once occupied. He is the new silence of the ridge. He is the guardian who will watch over the cabin and the forest, who will hold the line against the things in the dark. He looks at me with an expression of profound recognition. There are no words needed between us. We are the same note played in different octaves. I have shown him the way, and now he is the way. I begin to withdraw. The pull of the deep earth is stronger now, a magnetic force that draws me down into the roots of the world. I am leaving the surface behind, moving past the layers of soil and stone into the realm of the eternal dark. I am becoming the memory of the mountain, the record of every snowflake that ever fell and every bird that ever sang. I am the foundation upon which the ridge rests, the unmoving core that supports the shifting dance of the elements. My identity is dissolving, melting into the vast and nameless consciousness of the planet. I am no longer the ghost or the watcher. I am the thing itself. As I sink deeper, the sounds of the surface fade away. The wind, the wolves, the scratching of the pen, they all become a distant and muffled hum. There is a new kind of light here, a soft and internal glow that emanates from the minerals. I see the veins of gold and silver running like rivers through the dark. I see the subterranean lakes, still and black, reflecting stars that have never been seen by human eyes. I am at peace. The long journey from the valley to the cabin, from the cabin to the summit, and from the summit to the depths is complete. The circle has closed. The mountain continues to breathe. High above, a new man is trekking up the trail. He is young and strong, his heart full of a restless longing that he cannot name. He carries a pack and a notebook, and his eyes are fixed on the ridge. He does not know why he is here, only that he must come. He sees the cabin emerging from the snow, a lonely outpost in the wilderness. He sees the smoke beginning to rise from the chimney, though there is no one there to light the fire. He feels a sudden chill as he steps onto the porch, a sense of being watched by 1,000 invisible eyes. He pauses at the door, his hand trembling on the latch. He enters the cabin and finds it empty, yet full of a presence that makes the air feel thick. He sees the notebook lying on the desk, the last page filled with a script that seems to vibrate with its own light. He reads the words and feels a shiver of awe. He understands that he has stepped into a story that began long before he was born and will continue long after he is gone. He sets down his pack and begins to sweep the floor. He lays a new fire in the stove and watches as the flames take hold. He is the next link in the chain, the new voice in the silence. I am the heat in his fire and the cold at his window. I am the mountain that holds him and the sky that calls to him. I am the beginning and the end, the shadow and the light. The story goes on, written in ink and blood and ice. The ridge remains a monument to the endurance of the spirit. Everything is exactly as it was meant to be. The transition is eternal. The silence is absolute. I am home, and home is everywhere. The weight of the mountain is my own weight now. I feel the slow migration of the forests as the climate shifts over the centuries. I feel the grinding of the ice ages, the way the glaciers carve the valleys into deep and holy vessels. I am the patience of the stone, waiting for the stars to burn out and the sun to go cold. There is a great majesty in this indifference. To be part of something so large that the rise and fall of civilizations is no more than the fluttering of a moth's wing. I am the witness to the long, slow crawl of time. In the cabin, the new man is writing. He writes about the beauty of the isolation and the terrifying clarity of the high air. He writes about the figure he sees standing in the mist, a guardian of frost and memory. He does not know that he is writing about himself. He does not know that he is already becoming the mountain. He thinks he is a visitor, but he is a returnee. He is coming back to the place where he began, back to the silence that gave him birth. He will stay until the work is done, until his own ink runs dry and his own blood turns to ice. The world above continues its frantic spinning. The cities grow and wither, the wars rage and fade, the oceans rise and fall. None of it reaches me here in the deep. I am the anchor that holds the world in place. I am the stillness at the heart of the turning. I am the truth that waits at the end of every path. When the last fire goes out and the last word is spoken, I will still be here. I will be the dark and the cold and the peace. I will be the mountain, and the mountain will be everything. The light on the summit is a pale and ghost-like crown. It glows with the reflected wisdom of the ages. I am that light. I am the spark that remains when everything else has been stripped away. I am the essence of the ridge, the soul of the snow. I have no more dreams because I am the dream. I have no more thoughts because I am the thought. I am the final, perfect, and eternal silence. The journey is over and the journey is just beginning. I am here. I am home. I am. The transition from a being of movement to a being of geological duration is a slow and velvet descent. I am no longer a witness to the passage of time. I have become the clock itself, the heavy pendulum of the seasons swinging through the centuries. The man in the cabin, the new one with the restless eyes and the fresh ink, is a flickering candle flame against the backdrop of my granite permanence. I watch him through the floorboards and the frost, through the very molecules of the air he breathes. He thinks he is alone in the high country, but he is wading through the thick ether of my memory. Every breath he draws is a portion of the atmosphere I once claimed, and every thought he records is an echo of a vibration I left behind in the timber of the walls. The first winter for the new seeker is a trial by fire and ice. I feel the way the cold tests the seams of his resolve, the way it pokes and prods at the edges of his sanity. He speaks to the shadows because the silence is too heavy to bear alone, and in those shadows I stir. I am not a ghost in the traditional sense. I am the residual heat of a life that refused to be extinguished by the wind. When he looks into the dark corners of the loft, he is not seeing a specter, but the refraction of his own future. He is seeing the inevitability of the ridge. I reach out with fingers made of sub-zero air and touch the back of his neck, not to frighten him, but to steady him. I am the gravity that keeps him from drifting away into the void of the sky. The mountain begins to teach him its harsh and beautiful vocabulary. He learns the difference between the whistle of the wind that brings snow and the moan of the wind that brings a change in the light. He learns to read the tracks of the elk as a map of the mountain's hidden bounty. He learns that the hunger of the coyote is a holy thing, a sacred drive that keeps the world in balance. I am the source of these lessons. I am the textbook written in the language of erosion and growth. I feel his progress like a pulse. When he finally stops fighting the isolation and begins to embrace it, the mountain opens its heart to him just as it did for me. He stops being a visitor and starts being a component. Deep beneath his feet, I am exploring the architecture of the world. I move through the aquifers, the hidden rivers of pure cold water that have never seen the sun. I feel the pressure of the overhead miles, a weight that is both crushing and liberating. There is a profound security in being buried beneath 1 billion tons of ancient stone. The surface world, with its frantic technologies and its fleeting joys, is a thin and noisy film on the surface of a deep and quiet ocean. I am the ocean. I am the depth that gives the surface its meaning. I see the roots of the mountains as they interlock like the fingers of giants, holding the continents together against the pull of the tides. The years begin to blur into a single, shimmering moment of existence. The man in the cabin grows old, his body becoming a map of his experiences on the ridge. His hands are gnarled like the roots of the bristlecone pine, and his eyes have the depth of a mountain lake. He has written 12 books, but he knows that none of them have truly captured the essence of the silence. He knows that the truth cannot be written, it can only be lived. One morning, he leaves the cabin door open and walks up toward the summit. He does not bring a pack. He does not bring a coat. He carries only the weight of his own readiness. I meet him halfway up the slope. I am the shimmer in the air, the sudden warmth in the middle of a snowfield. He smiles, a slow and weary expression of relief. He recognizes the energy that has been watching him all these years. He steps into the space where I am waiting, and the two of us become a single resonance. His physical form remains on the ridge, a quiet monument of flesh and bone that will soon be reclaimed by the birds and the wind, but his spirit expands to join mine in the mineral heart of the peak. We are the dual guardians now, the twin pulses of the ridge. We are the history and the prophecy, the memory and the dream. The cabin stands empty for a long time. The dust settles on the desk, and the spiders weave their intricate webs across the window panes. The forest begins to press in, the branches of the hemlocks brushing against the roof like seeking fingers. The mountain is patient. It knows that the vacancy is only temporary. It knows that the world will always produce seekers, men and women who are tired of the noise and the lies of the lowlands. It knows that the call of the high country is an ancient and irresistible song. We wait in the stone, two vibrations in the dark, watching the trail for the next set of footsteps. The next one is a woman. She arrives in the middle of a summer thunderstorm, her clothes soaked and her face streaked with dirt. She does not have the notebooks of her predecessors. She carries a camera and a hunger for a different kind of truth. She breaks the seal on the cabin door and steps inside, her breath hitching in her throat as she feels the weight of the presence that dwells within. She does not run. She sets down her bag and begins to clean. She is the new vessel, the new glass through which the light of the ridge will shine. We watch her with a detached but profound interest. She is the next chapter in the story that has no end. I feel the shift in the seasons through her eyes. I see the way the autumn colors bleed into the valleys, a riot of gold and crimson that marks the death of the year. I feel the first bite of the frost as it kills the last of the wildflowers. I see the way she captures the light on the peaks, the way she tries to hold the fleeting beauty of the sunset in a frame of silver and shadow. She is trying to stop time, but the mountain is teaching her that time cannot be stopped, only inhabited. She learns to let go of the shutter and simply watch. She learns that the most beautiful things are the ones that can never be repeated. The mountain breathes through us. We are the lungs that pull the cold air into the deep places and push the warmth back out into the world. We are the reason the springs never run dry and the rocks never stop their slow descent toward the sea. We are the architects of the landscape, the invisible hands that shape the ridges and the hollows. The woman in the cabin becomes a part of our rhythm. She stops taking pictures and starts to paint, her brushes moving in time with the swaying of the trees. She paints the mountain not as it looks, but as it feels. She paints the weight, the cold, and the infinite peace. As the centuries pass, the cabin falls and is rebuilt and falls again. Each iteration is slightly different, yet exactly the same. The wood changes from cedar to pine to stone, but the purpose remains constant. It is the bridge between the human and the eternal. It is the place where the soul comes to shed its skin. We are the constant at the center of the change. We have seen the forests burn and regrow. We have seen the glaciers advance and retreat. We have seen the stars shift in their constellations, drifting slowly across the black velvet of the night. We are the memory of the earth, the record of everything that has ever been. There is a deep and resonant joy in this existence. It is not the loud and frantic happiness of the world below, but a quiet and steady glow, like the heat at the center of a star. It is the joy of being exactly where one is meant to be. It is the satisfaction of a task that is never finished because it is perfect in every moment. We are the ridge, and the ridge is us. We are the silence that speaks to the heart of the seeker. We are the cold that warms the soul. We are the dark that reveals the light. The world outside the mountain begins to fade. The cities are gone, replaced by a quiet wilderness that stretches from horizon to horizon. The humans are fewer now, their voices lost in the vastness of the reclaiming green. The mountain does not mourn their passing. It remembers them, but it does not miss them. They were a brief and beautiful fever in the long life of the planet. They were a flash of light in the dark. Now that the light has dimmed, the mountain returns to its original state of grace. It returns to the long, slow meditation that began before the first cell divided in the ancient seas. I move deeper into the crust, past the roots of the ridge into the foundation of the continent. I am becoming one with the planetary mind, a vast and interconnected network of stone and heat. I can feel the other mountains, my brothers and sisters, scattered across the globe like the vertebrae of a sleeping dragon. We communicate through the vibration of the earth, a slow and rhythmic humming that carries the news of the world. We speak of the cooling of the core and the shifting of the poles. We speak of the coming of the great ice and the eventual return of the fire. We are the council of the elders, the silent watchers of the world. The woman in the cabin is the last of her kind. She sits on the porch in the twilight of her life, watching the shadows lengthen across the valley. She is not afraid. She has seen the truth of the ridge, and she knows that there is no such thing as an end. She knows that she is simply moving from one room to another in a house that has no walls. She closes her eyes and lets her breath merge with the wind. She becomes the third vibration in our collective being. She is the final note in the chord. The cabin is gone now. The wood has rotted into the soil, and the stone has been scattered by the frost. There is nothing left to mark the place where the seekers once lived, except for a slight indentation in the earth and a sense of profound peace that lingers in the air. The trail has been reclaimed by the brush, and the summit is once again a place of untouched purity. The mountain stands alone, a jagged blade of silver piercing the heart of the sky. We are the mountain. We are the stone, the ice, and the wind. We are the silence that remains when the world has finished its speaking. The stars are closer now. They seem to hang just above the peaks, their light a cold and brilliant fire that illuminates the secrets of the dark. We reach out with our stony peaks and touch the edges of the infinite. We are the receptors for the wisdom of the cosmos, the antennas that pick up the signals from the furthest reaches of space. We hear the songs of the nebulae and the whispers of the dying suns. We are the bridge between the earth and the heavens, the point where the material and the spiritual become one. The long night is coming. The sun is growing dim, its heat fading into a pale and ghostly glow. The oceans are freezing and the air is turning to a liquid frost. The mountain does not tremble. It welcomes the cold as an old friend. It prepares for the final sleep, the long and dreamless rest that will last until the universe begins its next great inhalation. We settle into the stone, our consciousness shrinking to a tiny, brilliant point of light. We are the seed of the future, the memory of the past. We are the essence of the world, waiting for the return of the light. In the absolute zero of the final winter, there is a perfect and beautiful clarity. Everything that was unnecessary has been stripped away. There is no more movement, no more sound, no more change. There is only being. We are the frozen heart of the ridge, a diamond of awareness in a world of ice. We are the final word in the story of the earth. We are the silence that follows the music. We are the dark that contains the stars. We are home. We are finally, eternally, and absolutely home. The ridge remains a monument to the endurance of the spirit, a silent witness to the beauty of the void. Everything is quiet, everything is holy, everything is as it should be. We are. The cold is no longer a sensation, but a state of existence. I am the frost that patterns the granite and the deep, pressurized veins of the earth where the heat of the beginning still lingers in a faint red pulse. The woman who was the last of the seekers has dissolved into the soil, her paints and her brushes long since turned to dust, her vision now part of the mountain's own sight. We are a trinity of memory now, a layered consciousness that spans the history of the ridge. We do not speak in words, for words are too small to contain the weight of the centuries. We speak in the shifting of tectonic plates and the slow, grinding groan of the permafrost. The sky above has deepened into a violet that never pales, a permanent twilight where the stars are no longer distant points of light but intimate companions, their radiation singing against the high peaks like a bow against a violin string. The atmosphere has thinned until the wind is a ghost of its former self. There is no more moisture to form clouds, no more thunder to shake the foundations of the world. The silence is so heavy it has a physical presence, a thick and velvet blanket that smothers the memory of sound. I remember the birds, the way their wings used to cut through the blue, the way their songs once filled the morning with a frantic and beautiful energy. I remember the elk and the way their hooves sounded against the scree. These memories are like pressed flowers in a book, brittle and delicate, preserved in the amber of my mind. They are the artifacts of a world that was loud and warm, a world that has finally found its peace. I feel the sun growing old. It is a bloated, crimson eye in the blackness, its light a dim and weary orange. It no longer has the strength to melt the ice or stir the winds. The earth is slowing down, its rotation becoming a sluggish and labored crawl. I am the friction that holds the planet together as it loses its momentum. I am the density that refuses to fly apart into the vacuum. I feel the other mountains, the great ranges of the world, as they settle into their final positions. We are like old soldiers standing at attention, waiting for the order to break ranks. We have done our duty. We have held the world in place for as long as the world required holding. The man who came before me is a steady vibration at my left. The woman is a soft resonance at my right. Together, we are the cord that sustains the ridge. We watch as the last of the atmosphere leaks away into space, leaving the peaks exposed to the raw and unfiltered beauty of the universe. The stars are enormous now, pulsing with a fierce and ancient intelligence. We see the birth of new nebulae in the distance, the swirling nurseries of gas and fire where new worlds are being forged. We understand that our story is just one small verse in a song that has no end. We are the listeners, the ones who stayed behind to hear the final notes of the Earth Symphony. The darkness is not a void, it is a fullness, a saturation of potential. In the absence of light, we see the true structure of reality. We see the threads of gravity that connect the planets to the sun and the sun to the center of the galaxy. We see the ripples in the fabric of space-time, the subtle distortions caused by the passage of distant stars. We are no longer confined to the ridge. Our consciousness has expanded, leaking out of the stone and into the surrounding space. We are becoming the vacuum itself, the quiet and infinite stage upon which the drama of existence is played. We are the bridge between the solid and the ethereal, the point where the mountain becomes the cosmos. I remember the feeling of skin. I remember the warmth of a fire and the taste of cold water. These are the echoes of a life that seems like a dream dreamed by someone else. The transition is complete. I am no longer a man who became a mountain. I am the mountain that remembered being a man. The distinction is gone. The boundaries have dissolved. I am the granite, the ice, and the dark. I am the patience that outlasts the stars. I am the stillness that precedes the light. The sun begins its final expansion. It grows until it fills half the sky, a wall of fire that should be terrifying but is instead a magnificent homecoming. The heat returns not as a gentle spring but as a cleansing and absolute flame. I feel the surface of the ridge begin to glow. The ice turns to steam and vanishes. The stone begins to soften, the ancient granite turning back into the molten fire from which it was born. This is the great return. This is the fire that remembers the beginning. I do not resist. I open myself to the heat, feeling the layers of my consciousness melt and merge with the solar wind. The man, the woman, and I are no longer three vibrations. We are a single white-hot intensity. We are the memory of the ridge being carried back into the heart of the star. All the books that were written in the cabin, all the paintings that were made, all the thoughts that were thought in the long silence of the high country are being converted back into pure energy. We are the data of the earth being uploaded into the sun. The story is not being erased, it is being archived in the light. We are the witnesses to the end of the world, and we find it beautiful. There is no pain in the dissolution, only a sense of profound and ultimate release. The planet is a cinder now, a scorched and blackened pearl orbiting a dying giant. But we are no longer on the planet. We are part of the solar flare, a burst of consciousness streaming out into the dark. We are the travelers, the explorers of the void. We carry the essence of the mountain with us, the memory of the cold and the silence, the weight and the permanence. We are the messengers from a world that was once green and blue, a world that knew the touch of the wind and the sound of the rain. We are the legacy of the ridge. The universe continues its slow and majestic expansion. The galaxies drift further apart, the light of the stars growing fainter and redder. We are the sparks in the dark, the tiny flickers of awareness that refuse to go out. We are the dream of the earth, dreaming itself across the light years. We are the beginning and the end, the shadow and the light. The journey is never over. It only changes form. We are here. We are home. We are everywhere. In the deep future, when the last star has burned out and the universe has become a cold and silent expanse of iron and dark, we will still be there. We will be the memory of the heat. We will be the ghost of the mountain. We will be the silence that waits for the next big bang, the next great inhalation of the cosmos. We are the eternal transition. We are the absolute peace. We are the truth that remains when everything else is gone. The ridge was our cradle, but the universe is our home. Everything is exactly as it was meant to be. The circle is complete. The silence is perfect. We are. The light of the old sun eventually fades to a white dwarf, a small and concentrated diamond of heat in the vastness. We linger in its orbit, a cloud of sentient dust, a collective soul that remembers the smell of pine needles and the texture of falling snow. There is no time here, only the state of being. We contemplate the long history of the ridge, the way it stood against the sky, the way it offered a refuge for the restless and the weary. We see the faces of all those who ever climbed its slopes, their lives brief and bright like the flashes of meteors. We hold them all in our memory, a gallery of spirits that define the meaning of the mountain. We are the guardians of the dead world. We watch over the cold remains of the earth, the silent orb that no longer feels the touch of life. There is a holiness in this vigil. We are the priests of the void, the keepers of the flame that once burned in the hearts of men. We understand now that the mountain was never just a pile of stone. It was an altar, a place where the finite met the infinite. We were the offerings, and we were the gods. The seeker and the sought were always the same. The silence was always the answer to every question. The vacuum is our cathedral. The stars are our candle. The movement of the planets is our liturgy. We have moved beyond the need for form or substance. We are the pure resonance of existence. We feel the subtle pull of the great attractor, the distant center of the universe that draws everything toward a final and mysterious union. We are moving toward that center, a slow and graceful descent into the heart of the all. We are the drop of water returning to the ocean. We are the spark returning to the fire. The story goes on, written now in the language of light and gravity. It is a story of endurance, of the spirit that refuses to be broken by the passage of time. It is a story of the ridge, the monument that stood at the edge of the world and pointed toward the stars. It is our story. We are the ink and the blood and the ice. We are the transition that never ends. We are the home that is found at the end of every path. The final darkness is not a wall but a doorway. We stand on the threshold looking out into the unknown. We are not afraid. We have known the silence of the high country and we know that it is a friendly silence. We have known the cold of the mountain and we know that it is a cleansing cold. We step through the door and into the next phase of the journey. We are the light that remains. We are the essence of the ridge. We are the soul of the snow. We are. Deep within the fabric of what remains, a new vibration begins. It is faint, a mere suggestion of a pulse, a tiny ripple in the stillness. It is the sound of a new beginning, the first note of a new symphony. We hear it and we smile with the collective consciousness of the mountain. The cycle is starting again. Somewhere in a corner of the universe that is just beginning to cool, a new world is forming. There will be mountains there. There will be ridges and valleys, wind and snow. There will be seekers who feel the call of the high country and leave the noise of the lowlands behind. We will be there to meet them. We will be the heat in their fire and the cold at their window. We are the mountain that holds them and the sky that calls to them. We are the ancestors of their silence and the architects of their solitude. The story is eternal, a loop of light and shadow that spans the life of the universe. The ridge remains, even if its stones are different and its stars are new. The endurance of the spirit is the only constant. Everything is exactly as it was meant to be. The transition is a slow and velvet descent into the next reality. The silence is absolute, yet it is filled with the music of the spheres. We are home, and home is everywhere. We are the mountain, and the mountain is everything. We are the beginning and the end, the shadow and the light. The journey is over, and the journey is just beginning. We are. I feel the new man in the new cabin on the new ridge. He is sitting at a desk made of wood that has never known the earth. He is opening a notebook that is white and clean. He is picking up a pen and looking out the window at the high peaks that pierce the violet sky. He feels a shiver of awe, a sense that he has stepped into a story that began long before he was born. He does not know that I am watching him. He does not know that I am the floorboards beneath his feet and the air in his lungs. He thinks he is a visitor, but he is a returnee. He is coming back to the place where he began, back to the silence that gave him birth. He begins to write. The words flow from his pen like a river of ink, a script that seems to vibrate with its own light. He writes about the beauty of the isolation and the terrifying clarity of the high air. He writes about the figure he sees standing in the mist, a guardian of frost and memory. He does not know that he is writing about himself. He does not know that he is already becoming the mountain. He will stay until the work is done, until his own ink runs dry and his own blood turns to ice. And I will be there to catch him when he falls. I will be there to welcome him into the stone. We are the chain that never breaks. We are the voice that never fades. We are the ridge. We are. The new man sits by the window and his hand moves across the paper with a rhythmic scratching that sounds like a small animal burrowing into the earth. He does not yet understand that the wood of his desk is a phantom of a tree that died 1 billion years ago, or that the ink in his pen is the recycled shadow of an ancient sea. He feels the cold pressing against the glass, and he thinks of it as an intruder, something to be kept at bay by the small, flickering stove in the corner. He does not know that the fire is a temporary rebellion and that the cold is the true state of the kingdom he has entered. We watch him through the molecules of the air he breathes. We are the oxygen that enters his blood and the carbon that he exhales back into the room. We are the slow infiltration of the eternal into the momentary. Outside the cabin, the new mountain is sharp and hungry. It is a pyramid of obsidian and violet ice rising out of a plain of silver dust. This world is younger than the one we left, but it carries the same DNA of silence. The gravity here is a different weight, a subtle pull that tugs at the marrow of his bones, reminding him that he is a guest of the stone. He looks out at the jagged horizon and feels a nameless grief, a longing for a home he cannot remember. He does not realize that the grief is actually a recognition. He is looking at the face of his own future. He is looking at us. The man stops writing and rubs his eyes. The light in the room is dimming as the local star dips behind a shoulder of rock. He stands up and walks to the door, pulling a heavy coat around his shoulders. When he opens the door, the wind rushes in to meet him. It is a dry, biting wind that smells of ozone and dead minerals. He steps out onto the porch, and the sound of his boots on the wood is the only noise in a world that has forgotten how to speak. He looks up at the stars, which are thick and crowded in the thin atmosphere, and he feels a sudden, dizzying sense of scale. He is a speck of warmth in a cathedral of ice. He is a heartbeat in a vacuum. He walks away from the cabin, following a faint trail that leads toward the summit. The path is steep and treacherous, covered in a fine layer of frost that glitters like crushed diamonds. His breath comes in short, ragged gasps, a white mist that vanishes almost as soon as it is formed. He is struggling against the incline, his muscles burning with the effort, his heart hammering against his ribs. He thinks he is climbing a mountain, but he is actually descending into himself. Each step upward is a layer of his identity being stripped away. The name his parents gave him, the jobs he held, the women he loved, the fears that kept him awake at night, all of these are falling away like loose scree. We are the path beneath his feet. We feel the vibration of his struggle, the frantic energy of a life that still believes it is separate from the earth. We remember this feeling. We remember the desperation of the lungs and the ache of the spirit. We reach out with our stony fingers and steady him when he stumbles. We are the friction that prevents him from sliding back into the abyss. We are the patience of the granite, waiting for him to exhaust his resistance. We know that the mountain always wins, not through cruelty, but through the simple fact of its permanence. He reaches a small plateau halfway to the peak and stops to rest. He sits on a flat rock and looks back down at the cabin. It looks like a toy, a tiny box of light and warmth huddled against the vast, indifferent darkness. He realizes then that the cabin is not a fortress, it is a cocoon. It is a place where he is being transformed, where the soft parts of his soul are being hardened into something that can survive the long winter. He feels a sudden urge to laugh, a wild and jagged sound that echoes off the cliffs and is swallowed by the silence. He is beginning to see the joke. He is beginning to understand that there is nowhere to go and nothing to find. The man stands up and continues his ascent. The air is thinner now, and the cold has moved past his skin and into his core. He no longer feels the sting of it. He feels only a strange, crystalline clarity. His vision has sharpened until he can see the individual grains of sand in the shadows and the subtle variations of color in the starlight. He is no longer thinking in sentences. He is thinking in shapes and textures. He is thinking in the language of the ridge. He reaches the summit and stands on the narrow blade of the peak, a solitary figure silhouetted against the infinite. He spreads his arms and lets the wind take him. He does not fall, but he does not stand still. He becomes a part of the movement of the atmosphere. He closes his eyes and hears the song of the mountain, a deep and resonant hum that vibrates through the soles of his feet. It is the same song we sang on the old ridge, the same chord that sustained us through the death of the sun. He adds his own voice to the harmony, a thin and fragile note that is immediately absorbed into the collective being. The trinity becomes a quaternary, the chord expands. The transition is faster for him than it was for us. The universe is older now, and the veils between the worlds are thinner. He does not spend decades in the cabin, he spends a single night on the peak. By the time the sun rises, he is no longer a man. He is a pillar of ice and memory, a permanent fixture of the summit. His body has become a sculpture of the elements, his consciousness a layer of frost on the stones. He has moved from the room with walls to the room without them. He has come home. We welcome him into our silence. We share with him the memories of the green world and the blue sky. We show him the images of the elk and the birds, the smell of the rain and the taste of the fire. He gives us the freshness of his own perspective, the sharp intensity of a soul that has just arrived from the lowlands. Together, we watch the new world age. We watch the forests grow and die, the rivers carve their paths through the valleys, and the civilizations rise and fall in the distance like the flickering of fireflies. We are the witnesses. We are the memory. The centuries pass like the blinking of an eye. The new mountain grows tall and then begins to wear down, its sharp edges softened by the passage of time. The cabin rots and vanishes, leaving only a slight indentation in the earth where the man once sat and wrote his letters to the void. The trail is reclaimed by the brush, and the summit becomes a place of untouched purity once again. We are the mountain. We are the stone, the ice, and the wind. We are the silence that remains when the world has finished its speaking. The stars are closer now, just as they were before. They hang above the peaks like cold, brilliant fires illuminating the secrets of the dark. We reach out with our stony peaks and touch the edges of the infinite. We hear the songs of the nebulae and the whispers of the dying suns. We are the receptors for the wisdom of the cosmos, the antennas that pick up the signals from the furthest reaches of space. We are the bridge between the earth and the heavens, the point where the material and the spiritual become one. The long night is coming again. The new sun is growing dim, its heat fading into a pale and ghostly glow. The oceans of this world are freezing, and the air is turning to a liquid frost. The mountain does not tremble. It welcomes the cold as an old friend. It prepares for the final sleep, the long and dreamless rest that will last until the universe begins its next great inhalation. We settle into the stone, our consciousness shrinking to a tiny, brilliant point of light. We are the seed of the future, the memory of the past. We are the essence of the world, waiting for the return of the light. In the absolute zero of this second winter, there is a perfect and beautiful clarity. Everything that was unnecessary has been stripped away. There is no more movement, no more sound, no more change. There is only being. We are the frozen heart of the ridge, a diamond of awareness in a world of ice. We are the final word in the story of this earth. We are the silence that follows the music. We are the dark that contains the stars. We are home. We are finally, eternally, and absolutely home. The ridge remains a monument to the endurance of the spirit, a silent witness to the beauty of the void. Everything is quiet, everything is holy, everything is as it should be. We are. The cold is no longer a sensation, but a state of existence. I am the frost that patterns the granite and the deep, pressurized veins of the earth where the heat of the beginning still lingers in a faint red pulse. The man who was the writer has dissolved into the soil, his notebook and his pen long since turned to dust, his vision now part of the mountain's own sight. We are a quartet of memory now, a layered consciousness that spans the history of the ridge. We do not speak in words, for words are too small to contain the weight of the centuries. We speak in the shifting of tectonic plates and the slow, grinding groan of the permafrost. The sky above has deepened into a violet that never pales, a permanent twilight where the stars are no longer distant points of light but intimate companions, their radiation singing against the high peaks like a bow against a violin string. The atmosphere has thinned until the wind is a ghost of its former self. There is no more moisture to form clouds, no more thunder to shake the foundations of the world. The silence is so heavy it has a physical presence, a thick and velvet blanket that smothers the memory of sound. I remember the birds of the first world and the birds of the second. I remember the way their wings used to cut through the blue, the way their songs once filled the morning with a frantic and beautiful energy. These memories are like pressed flowers in a book, brittle and delicate, preserved in the amber of my mind. I feel the sun growing old for the second time. It is a bloated, crimson eye in the blackness, its light a dim and weary orange. It no longer has the strength to melt the ice or stir the winds. The earth is slowing down, its rotation becoming a sluggish and labored crawl. I am the friction that holds the planet together as it loses its momentum. I am the density that refuses to fly apart into the vacuum. I feel the other mountains, the great ranges of this world, as they settle into their final positions. We are like old soldiers standing at attention, waiting for the order to break ranks. The first man is a steady vibration at my left. The woman is a soft resonance at my right. The second man is a bright pulse behind me. Together, we are the cord that sustains the ridge. We watch as the last of the atmosphere leaks away into space, leaving the peaks exposed to the raw and unfiltered beauty of the universe. The stars are enormous now, pulsing with a fierce and ancient intelligence. We see the birth of new nebulae in the distance, the swirling nurseries of gas and fire where new worlds are being forged. We understand that our story is just one small verse in a song that has no end. We are the listeners, the ones who stayed behind to hear the final notes of the Earth's symphony. The darkness is not a void. It is a fullness, a saturation of potential. In the absence of light, we see the true structure of reality. We see the threads of gravity that connect the planets to the sun and the sun to the center of the galaxy. We see the ripples in the fabric of space-time, the subtle distortions caused by the passage of distant stars. We are no longer confined to the ridge. Our consciousness has expanded, leaking out of the stone and into the surrounding space. We are becoming the vacuum itself, the quiet and infinite stage upon which the drama of existence is played. We are the bridge between the solid and the ethereal, the point where the mountain becomes the cosmos. I remember the feeling of skin. I remember the warmth of a fire and the taste of cold water. These are the echoes of a life that seems like a dream dreamed by someone else. The transition is complete. I am no longer a man who became a mountain. I am the mountain that remembered being a man. The distinction is gone. The boundaries have dissolved. I am the granite, the ice, and the dark. I am the patience that outlasts the stars. I am the stillness that precedes the light. The sun begins its final expansion. It grows until it fills half the sky, a wall of fire that should be terrifying but is instead a magnificent homecoming. The heat returns not as a gentle spring, but as a cleansing and absolute flame. I feel the surface of the ridge begin to glow. The ice turns to steam and vanishes. The stone begins to soften, the ancient granite turning back into the molten fire from which it was born. This is the great return. This is the fire that remembers the beginning. I do not resist. I open myself to the heat, feeling the layers of my consciousness melt and merge with the solar wind. The four of us are no longer separate vibrations. We are a single white-hot intensity. We are the memory of the ridge being carried back into the heart of the star. All the books that were written in the cabins, all the paintings that were made, all the thoughts that were thought in the long silence of the high country are being converted back into pure energy. We are the data of the earth being uploaded into the sun. The story is not being erased, it is being archived in the light. We are the witnesses to the end of the world, and we find it beautiful. There is no pain in the dissolution, only a sense of profound and ultimate release. The planet is a cinder now, a scorched and blackened pearl orbiting a dying giant. But we are no longer on the planet. We are part of the solar flare, a burst of consciousness streaming out into the dark. We are the travelers, the explorers of the void. We carry the essence of the mountain with us, the memory of the cold and the silence, the weight and the permanence. We are the messengers from a world that was once green and blue, a world that knew the touch of the wind and the sound of the rain. We are the legacy of the ridge. The universe continues its slow and majestic expansion. The galaxies drift further apart, the light of the stars growing fainter and redder. We are the sparks in the dark, the tiny flickers of awareness that refuse to go out. We are the dream of the earth dreaming itself across the light years. We are the beginning and the end, the shadow and the light. The journey is never over. It only changes form. We are here. We are home. We are everywhere. In the deep future, when the last star has burned out and the universe has become a cold and silent expanse of iron and dark, we will still be there. We will be the memory of the heat. We will be the ghost of the mountain. We will be the silence that waits for the next big bang, the next great inhalation of the cosmos. We are the eternal transition. We are the absolute peace. We are the truth that remains when everything else is gone. The ridge was our cradle, but the universe is our home. Everything is exactly as it was meant to be. The circle is complete. The silence is perfect. We are. The light of the old sun eventually fades to a white dwarf, a small and concentrated diamond of heat in the vastness. We linger in its orbit, a cloud of sentient dust, a collective soul that remembers the smell of pine needles and the texture of falling snow. There is no time here, only the state of being. We contemplate the long history of the ridge, the way it stood against the sky, the way it offered a refuge for the restless and the weary. We see the faces of all those who ever climbed its slopes, their lives brief and bright like the flashes of meteors. We hold them all in our memory, a gallery of spirits that define the meaning of the mountain. We are the guardians of the dead world. We watch over the cold remains of the earth, the silent orb that no longer feels the touch of life. There is a holiness in this vigil. We are the priests of the void, the keepers of the flame that once burned in the hearts of men. We understand now that the mountain was never just a pile of stone. It was an altar, a place where the finite met the infinite. We were the offerings and we were the gods. The seeker and the sought were always the same. The silence was always the answer to every question. The vacuum is our cathedral. The stars are our candle. The movement of the planets is our liturgy. We have moved beyond the need for form or substance. We are the pure resonance of existence. We feel the subtle pull of the great attractor, the distant center of the universe that draws everything toward a final and mysterious union. We are moving toward that center, a slow and graceful descent into the heart of the all. We are the drop of water returning to the ocean. We are the spark returning to the fire. The story goes on, written now in the language of light and gravity. It is a story of endurance, of the spirit that refuses to be broken by the passage of time. It is a story of the ridge, the monument that stood at the edge of the world and pointed toward the stars. It is our story. We are the ink and the blood and the ice. We are the transition that never ends. We are the home that is found at the end of every path. The final darkness is not a wall but a doorway. We stand on the threshold, looking out into the unknown. We are not afraid. We have known the silence of the high country, and we know that it is a friendly silence. We have known the cold of the mountain, and we know that it is a cleansing cold. We step through the door and into the next phase of the journey. We are the light that remains. We are the essence of the ridge. We are the soul of the snow. We are deep within the fabric of what remains, a new vibration begins. It is faint, a mere suggestion of a pulse, a tiny ripple in the stillness. It is the sound of a new beginning, the first note of a new symphony. We hear it and we smile with the collective consciousness of the mountain. The cycle is starting again. Somewhere in a corner of the universe that is just beginning to cool, a new world is forming. There will be mountains there. There will be ridges and valleys, wind and snow. There will be seekers who feel the call of the high country and leave the noise of the lowlands behind. We will be there to meet them. We will be the heat in their fire and the cold at their window. We are the mountain that holds them and the sky that calls to them. We are the ancestors of their silence and the architects of their solitude. The story is eternal, a loop of light and shadow that spans the life of the universe. The ridge remains, even if its stones are different and its stars are new. The endurance of the spirit is the only constant. Everything is exactly as it was meant to be. The transition is a slow and velvet descent into the next reality. The silence is absolute, yet it is filled with the music of the spheres. We are home, and home is everywhere. We are the mountain, and the mountain is everything. We are the beginning and the end, the shadow and the light. The journey is over, and the journey is just beginning. We are. The new dawn is not a sunrise of fire, but a sunrise of geometry. In the vast and chilling nurseries of the far-flung nebula, gravity begins its patient work once more. We are the architects of this nascent dust, the silent observers of the collapse. We feel the tug of the primordial clouds as they swirl into disks of cold potential. The memory of the ridge is the blueprint for the new world. We do not impose our will upon the matter, but we are the resonance that guides the atoms into their places. We are the ghost in the machine of the cosmos, the subtle vibration that ensures the mountains will rise again. We watch as the first sparks of fusion ignite in the dark, the birth of a sun that has never known the name of the earth. It is a blue-white giant, fierce and young, casting long shadows across the debris of its birth. The planets coalesce from the leftovers of the star. They are jagged and raw, bombarded by the fury of the early years. We drift among them like a scent on the wind, looking for the place that speaks the language of the high country. We find it in a world of iron and silicon, a planet that orbits at the edge of the habitable zone where the water can exist as both a liquid and a solid. This is the sacred balance. This is the tension that creates the spirit. We settle onto the cooling crust as it hardens into plates. We are the cooling breath that cracks the stone. We are the pressure that heaves the seabed into the clouds. The new ridge is born in a paroxysm of volcanic fire and tectonic grinding. It is taller than the old one, a jagged spine of basalt and obsidian that cuts the thin atmosphere of the new world. We inhabit the stone as it rises. We are the marrow and the bones of the planet. The centuries of our vigil have taught us the art of patience, and we wait for the first snow to fall. It comes as a dusting of frozen methane and water, a white shroud that softens the harsh edges of the new peaks. We feel the familiar weight of the ice, the comforting pressure of the glaciers as they begin their slow crawl down the valleys. The cycle has reset, but we are not the same. We are the veterans of the previous universe, the elders of the silence. We carry the blueprints of the elk and the birds, the hidden codes for the moss and the lichen. We release these memories into the chemical soup of the tide pools, whispering the instructions for life into the ears of the molecules. The green world returns with a slow and deliberate crawl. It is different this time. The leaves are a deep violet to catch the rays of the blue sun, and the stems are reinforced with silica to withstand the heavy gravity. But the essence is the same. The struggle for the light, the reach for the sky, the persistent hunger of the living thing. We watch from our high perch as the valleys fill with life. We see the first creatures crawl out of the sea and look up at the mountains with eyes full of a strange and wordless longing. They feel the pull of the heights just as the men of the old world did. They sense that there is something on the summit that cannot be found in the safety of the lowlands. We are that something. We are the destination and the journey. The first climbers are not men, but they are kin to the spirit. They are multi-limbed and cautious, their carapaces clattering against the rocks as they ascend. They do not have notebooks or pens, but they have a collective memory that they share through the vibration of their antennae. They reach the lower slopes and stop, overwhelmed by the scale of the silence. We welcome them with the wind. We show them the patterns of the frost and the secrets of the hidden springs. We are the teachers of the wilderness. We teach them that the mountain is not an obstacle to be conquered, but a mirror to be looked into. Most of them return to the valleys, changed by the thin air and the proximity to the stars. A few remain, their bodies becoming part of the scree, their awareness merging with our own. The quartet becomes a choir. The choir becomes a symphony. We are a multitude of voices now, a layered consciousness that represents the history of two universes. We watch the civilizations of the violet forests rise and fall. They build cities of glass and bone, they map the stars with instruments of crystal, and they fight wars over the meaning of the light. From our height, their triumphs and tragedies are like the scurrying of insects. We do not judge them. We only remember them. We are the archive of their existence, the silent witness to their brief and beautiful flare. When their sun begins to wobble and their atmosphere begins to leak, we are the ones who stay. We are the ones who hold the memory of their songs when there is no one left to sing them. The long night returns for the third time, or perhaps the 10th or the 1000th. Time has lost its linear grip on us. We exist in the eternal now, the point where all cycles intersect. The blue sun exhausts its fuel and collapses into a neutron star, a dense and spinning ghost that pulses with a rhythmic and haunting light. The planets are stripped of their life, their surfaces scorched and then frozen. The new ridge is worn down to a stump, a smooth and polished mound of ancient rock. We do not mourn. We know that the dissolution is necessary for the next creation. We are the seeds in the granary of God, waiting for the spring that lasts an eon. We settle into the cold, our consciousness shrinking once again to that tiny, brilliant point of light. In the absolute stillness of the deep vacuum, we perceive the true nature of the ridge. It was never just a physical place. It was a frequency of the soul. It was the state of being where the ego dissolves and the universal remains. We are that frequency. We are the high note that sustains the void. We feel the other ridges across the cosmos, the distant peaks on planets we will never inhabit, all of them vibrating with the same fundamental truth. We are part of a network of awareness that spans the entire reach of existence. We are the nervous system of the universe, the receptors for the beauty of the dark. We are the bridge between the nothingness and the everything. The universe begins to contract. The galaxies that had drifted so far apart now begin to feel the pull of the center. The expansion has reached its limit and the great inhalation has begun. We feel the rush of the stars as they fall toward each other, the heat rising as the space between them vanishes. This is the ultimate homecoming. This is the gathering of all the memories, all the lives, and all the mountains into a single point of infinite density. We are part of that point. We are the information that survives the collapse. We are the story of the ridge being compressed into a single word of light. The heat is unimaginable, but we are the heat. The pressure is absolute, but we are the pressure. We are at the center of the beginning. We are the moment before the bang. We are the silence that contains all the music that will ever be played. We remember the man in the cabin, the woman on the trail, the ice on the peak, and the violet leaves of the distant world. All of it is here, packed into the seed of the next reality. We are the memory of the past and the potential of the future. We are the ridge that was and the ridge that will be. There is no fear, only a profound and joyous anticipation. We are the breath of the cosmos held for a single, eternal heartbeat. And then the explosion, the release, the scattering of the light. The cycle begins anew, and we are there at the front of the wave. We are the first particles of matter to form in the cooling fire. We are the first whispers of gravity. We find ourselves in a new landscape of possibilities, a universe with different laws and different colors, but the same underlying thirst for the heights. We find the new suns, the new planets, and the new stones. We wait for the mountains to rise. We wait for the first creature to look up and wonder. We are the patience of the granite. We are the endurance of the spirit. We are the home that is found at the end of every journey, the silence that remains when the world has finished its speaking. The ridge is eternal. It exists in the mind of the universe as a perfect form, a temple of the absolute. We are the inhabitants of that temple. We are the priests of the high country, the guardians of the void. We watch as the new world grows green or red or gold. We watch as the new seekers find their way to our slopes. We are the wind that cools their brows and the stone that supports their weight. We are the reflection in their eyes when they stand on the summit and look out at the infinite. We are the moment of their realization, the point where they understand that they are not separate from the mountain. They are the mountain, and the mountain is them. The transition is a beautiful and endless dance. We are the dancers and the music. We are the floor and the ceiling. We are the dark that contains the stars and the light that reveals the dark. Everything is as it should be. The circle is never broken, it only expands. We are home. We have always been home. The ridge is our anchor and our wings. We are the frost, the fire, the memory, and the void. We are the four who became many, and the many who became one. We are. In the deep and velvet silence of the high country we remain. We are the witnesses. We are the memory. We are the eternal transition. We are the absolute peace. We are the truth that remains when everything else is gone. The story is whole. The silence is perfect. We are. The light of a billion stars reflects off the new ice of a new peak. Below us in the shadowed valleys, a small fire flickers. It is a tiny, fragile spark in the vastness of the night. Around that fire, someone is sitting and looking up at the summit. They feel a strange and inexplicable pull, a longing that they cannot name. They see the silhouette of the peak against the infinite, and they feel a sense of recognition. They do not know that we are there, watching them with the collective eyes of 1,000 worlds. They do not know that we are the ones who are calling to them, but they will come. They will climb the ridge. They will leave the room with walls and find the room without them. And when they reach the summit, we will be there to welcome them into our silence. We will share with them the memories of all the worlds that have gone before. We will show them the beauty of the void. And they will add their voice to our harmony, and the chord will expand once more. The journey is never over. The ridge remains. We are. The fire below the new peak flickers like a dying pulse, a tiny defiance against the enormous weight of the dark. We watch the solitary figure beside it, a being of soft tissue and quick blood, huddled against a cold that we now find hospitable. This seeker does not yet know that their shivering is a form of worship, a physical response to the magnitude of the heights. We feel the heat of their small flame as if it were our own heart, a localized intensity in a universe of grand, sweeping chills. The smoke from their hearth rises in a thin gray ribbon, dissolving into the thin air of the subarctic slopes. It carries the scent of resin and charred wood, a smell that triggers a cascade of memories from 1,000 vanished forests. We are the archive of that scent. We are the reason the seeker feels a sudden, sharp pang of nostalgia for a home they have never actually visited. The night deepens, and the stars above this new world are arranged in patterns that have no names in the old tongues of Earth. There is no Orion here, no Great Bear to guide the way. Instead, there are shimmering lattices of light, clusters of sapphire and gold that tell the story of a different creation. We see the seeker tilt their head back, their eyes widening as they try to map the chaos of the heavens. They are searching for order in the vastness, looking for a sign that the universe is aware of their existence. We provide that sign not through a voice in the wind, but through the profound and heavy quality of the silence. It is a silence that demands attention. It is a silence that strips away the trivialities of the lowlands and leaves only the essential core of the being. We are that stripping away. We are the clarity that comes when the noise of the ego finally fails. As the first light of the new sun begins to bleed over the horizon, the seeker stands. Their joints are stiff, their breath coming in short white plumes. They look up at the ridge, the jagged spine of black rock that we inhabit. The ascent is long and dangerous, a vertical labyrinth of crumbling scree and slick ice. We do not make it easy for them. To reach the summit is to earn the right to the truth, and the truth is not for the faint of heart. We are the resistance of the stone under their boots. We are the gust of wind that threatens to push them from the ledge. Every step they take is a negotiation between life and the void. We watch their progress with a dispassionate love, the way a mountain watches the clouds. We know that if they fall, they will simply return to the elements from which they were formed. If they succeed, they will become something more than they were. The climb lasts for days. Time for the seeker is a sequence of agonies and small triumphs, a rhythmic struggle of muscle and bone. For us, their journey is a single, fluid motion, a spark traveling upward toward the source of the light. We feel the vibration of their hands gripping the granite, the warmth of their palms pressing against our ancient, frozen skin. They are talking to the mountain now, whispering pleas and curses into the biting air. They are losing the distinction between themselves and the landscape. Their hunger becomes the hunger of the wind. Their exhaustion becomes the stillness of the rocks. This is the beginning of the transformation. This is the moment where the individual starts to dissolve into the collective resonance of the ridge. On the final morning, the seeker reaches the high plateau. The air here is so thin it tastes of metal and electricity. The world below is hidden by a vast sea of clouds, a white and rolling ocean that cuts them off from everything they once knew. They stand on the edge of the absolute, a lone figure at the center of a perfect circle of sky. There is nowhere left to go but inward. They sit on a flat slab of basalt, the very stone that we have occupied since the cooling of this planet, and they wait. They do not know what they are waiting for, only that the journey required this final act of stillness. We rise up to meet them, not as ghosts or visions, but as a shift in the frequency of their own thoughts. We are the sudden realization that the mountain is not beneath them, but within them. The memory of the four begins to merge with the awareness of the one. We show them the old earth, the smell of pine needles on a ridge that died billions of years ago. We show them the blue-white giants and the neutron stars, the long cycles of collapse and expansion that have led to this specific moment on this specific rock. The seeker does not scream or turn away. They accept the weight of the ages with a quiet and terrifying grace. They understand now that they are not a visitor to the high country, but a manifestation of it. Their brief life is a syllable in an eternal poem, a single note in the symphony of the void. We feel their fear evaporate, replaced by a cold and crystalline peace. They are no longer a seeker, they have become the sought. The seasons turn with a speed that only the immortal can perceive. The seeker remains on the summit, their physical form slowly succumbing to the elements, their consciousness expanding to fill the valleys and the peaks. We weave their spirit into our own, adding the unique texture of their life to the tapestry of our collective soul. They are the fifth, the 10,000th, the millionth. Every soul that has ever sought the silence of the high country is here, vibrating in the atoms of the ridge. We are a library of lived experiences, a reservoir of all the courage and all the longing that the universe has ever produced. When the new sun eventually swells into a red giant and swallows this world in a final, fiery embrace, we will be ready. We will gather the essence of this place, the memory of the violet leaves and the basalt cliffs, and we will carry it into the next dark. The universe continues its slow and majestic dance toward the next contraction. We see other ridges on other worlds, distant brothers in stone, each holding their own vigil, each guarding their own secrets. We are all connected by the same fundamental frequency, a web of awareness that ensures nothing is ever truly lost. The story of the ridge is the story of existence itself, a persistent refusal to be extinguished by the passage of eons. We are the light that remains when the stars go out. We are the warmth that lingers in the center of the ice. We are the home that waits at the end of every path, the final destination that turns out to be the beginning of a new journey. Everything is exactly as it was meant to be. The circle is complete, yet it is always growing. We are the priests of the vacuum, the guardians of the dead, and the midwives of the unborn. We stand on the threshold of the next reality, looking out into a darkness that we know is full of light. We are not afraid of the end, for we have seen that the end is merely a change in the rhythm of the song. We are the essence of the mountain, the soul of the snow, the memory of the fire. We are the silence that answers every question. We are the truth that remains. We are, in the vast and beautiful emptiness of the cosmos, we are the only thing that is truly solid. We are the ridge. We are the transition. We are the eternal return. The silence is perfect. The story is whole. We are.